Hello. EU5 hype indeed. EU5 hype indeed. I'm not allowed to show you the game for another 5 minutes. So we're gonna sit and chat for 5 minutes about, topics, potentially, maybe EU5 as a topic. But yeah, it has been like a long time coming. Also, goddamn music is like real loud. I'm not gonna lie. See if I can turn that down on my end for myself. There we go. Should still be fine for you guys. Yeah, it has been a long time coming. I obviously have been covering these Tinto talks for almost 2 years, and now the game is coming out in 2 days, and I have been very much like overwhelmed with how much access and how much freedom that we've had to just talk about anything. Like, there has basically been no opinion embargo at any point, which is wild to me. Are daimyos playable or only the shogun? You can play as the daimyos. I don't think the gameplay is where they would particularly want it to be. It is playable, but it's not fun, I don't think. I think it will get there at some point, but not there right now, I don't think. It's been long, but the announcement feels like yesterday. Yeah, it kind of does. Like, that period between, oh, by the way, it's EU5 and now has gone really fast. Of course, this time I did not leak the game. that's not something I am gonna forget. But I'm just glad that the devs and the Paradox in general were forgiving. Let's say I still have time to leak it. No. No. We're waiting until that number says 1900 before I click any buttons. You were promised the recommended system requirements were for 4K, so you bought the game. Now you feel like you were lied to. I think the recommended was for 4K. Wait, let me have a look at what I shared a little while ago. I do know that there are people who have been playing way below the minimum specs and still are able to play the game. I don't know. I feel like they've really screwed up when it comes to like explaining what these specs actually are and what they're for. Like, personally, I don't think anyone cares about frame rate. I don't care about frame rate at all. I don't think that's relevant. Like, I'm playing at 40 frames a second usually, I think, and that's only because I've got it in the bottom left of my corner screen. But that's not relevant. Like, the tick rate is what's actually relevant, in my opinion at least. But yeah, those recommended specs did come down. Okay, the recommended specs have changed to 1080p at 60 FPS. Did they also bring down the hardware requirements, or are these the same hardware requirements that were on the 4K version? You care about frame rate? That's fair. I don't think this is not smooth, though. Like, I think it's still smooth. Ads are annoying. I apologize. There's not much I can do about that right now. But what I can do, we've got mere seconds until I could show the game. Mere seconds. CPU is more important, not GPU. Yeah, true. Also, if you got low frame rate, you can go paper map, and the paper map does not look bad. The paper map does not look bad at all. I am perfectly yes. Yes, they can. I am not unhappy with how the paper map works, and when my game does lag a bit, I will happily turn over to it. But yeah. The time has come. This is EU5. Ta-da! We have EU5. Am I happy with the game? Yes. Yes, I am. I'm ecstatic with the game. I'm really enjoying it. I'm really, really enjoying it. So, let me show off some of this. Firstly, there is no launcher. So if you want to, activate your mods, you got this little doodad in the top right. Choose what mod. I don't obviously have any mods to turn on, but they're all in here. Create your playlists for the mods. It's all in there. It's all self-contained, which is like super nice. Super nice. Also, thank you very much for the sub, Falca. I appreciate that. Cheers for EU5. Yeah. Settings, though. There are so many settings that you can do to make the game run a bit better. One of the things was having max FPS set to 60 was slowing us down at some point. That was a thing that we learned and we changed. I'm running at 1440p, but, you've got resolution scaling as well, so it's generally not a problem. I don't think it will be a problem for people to read things. These are the settings that I'm running with. I don't really know what any of this crap means. I just don't. This is not my vibe. I don't really care. For the map, you can turn off the province names if you so desire. Flat map mode, you have got a bunch of options for that. If you want a brown, I don't know why you'd want that, but some people might want a brown, but it's only when you have the flat map turned on. Camera rotation reset, you can turn that off, so you can just like move your camera around and then just leave it there. Location language, you can have them untranslated. They're always in English. You can have them based on the majority pop in the location, which is really nice. That's what I like. Or you can just have it for the owner. I'm going with pops. Weather graphics, I mean, these, if you are, again, struggling with frame rate, you can turn all of that off. Scale of the buildings. You can make the buildings look bigger or smaller, which is wild. Subject using Overlord name, color, etc. This one, I mean, all this does is make it so you have a really big Holy Roman Empire in the middle of your map. Game-wise, if you want all of this stuff that you want to do, maybe autosaves and this one, I don't really know what this is all about. I mean, obviously it's multiplayer and how fast you're going to transfer stuff. I don't know why you would choose low. I don't know why that's there. And this is obviously if how far you go ahead if somebody's lagging behind. Controls, obviously I don't like map panning, so I turn it all the way off. Input bindings, fully rebindable keys. Fully rebindable. Obviously, the default is WASD for map movement. I can't stand that. I really don't like WASD map movement. So political map on W, obviously, because obviously that's just the way it's objectively supposed to be. I will say I'm not super happy with this versus E4. I do think E4 has... It's better when it comes to this, because what I like to do in EU4 is political map mode and like the player map mode both on W, and that's unfortunately not possible. I like to have religion and culture on the same map mode. That's not possible. I would like to have a bunch of map modes on the same key, essentially.
/show/.
Thank you very much, Posey Dolly. What you can do, obviously having Shift and Alt and Control also as separate ones. So, I can have integration at Control W, development at Alt W, that kind of thing. So you can kind of keep them somewhat together, but I just wish you could cycle between them. That would be real nice. Interface-wise, scale your GUI, colorblind modes. They got the 3 big versions. I don't know too much about colorblindness, so there. Why not? Hey, Johan, how you doing, man? Why not use WASD for map movement? Because WASD are map mode hotkey shortcuts, and there I will accept no alternatives. Just no. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Confirm mode, basically, you can have if you have events, or not events, but things that you want to say, if I'm going to delete an army, then I can either hold down the delete button, or I can ask for it to give me a dialogue option, and I can... This is better, in my opinion. Tooltips, if you want to keep them locked in place. Action lock is just the best one, obviously. Timer lock is just too freaking slow, but you can do that if you want to. how long it takes for things to lock into place, etc. Do you want your estate names to be in the owner or untranslated? So they're always going to be nobles, or they might be called the noblesse, whateverness. And then obviously audio, profile, stuff. ZQSD for movement is way better anyway. Middle mouse click and drag, you absolute heathens. You absolute heathens. But yeah, the plan today. Can I show my old save games? I'm allowed to show you all of my old save games, I believe. I don't think there is any issue with that. I don't have all of them left anymore, and some of them might be a little bit broken. This Milan flag looking a little bit not proper. But I have that Wales game that I did the AAR of. I guess we could quickly hop in 1710 Wales. That, honestly, yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be fun. Look, if things are broken, that's because this is like 17 patches old. But we're gonna try. You hate having to middle mouse click? I mean, it's fully rebindable. Use whatever you want, but middle mouse click and drag is still better. Just saying. But yeah, the plan today is going to be to play a bit of Bohemia, because Jan Žižka is an absolute G-Wagon. He's Chad, and we gotta play as him, clearly. But yeah, let's just check out this. This is the Wales AAR was like really fun to do. Ooh, I'm lagging a little bit. I apologize for that. It's just loading an old ass game, old save. The Wales AAR was really, really fun to do, and I thought, you know what, I'm gonna do that for my release video, but instead of having just a map in the background, we'll put gameplay in the background, and that won't be too much more difficult. I was still editing my video for a couple of days ago, 3 hours before it went live. I was stressing out of my mind. I am not a fan of editing at all. So that wasn't fun, but it's over now, and I can relax. Does the game crash less now? Look, I can show you, actually. I can show, because this is legal for me to show. I have not once emptied my crash folder. Not once. And let me drag that into the middle, and then I'll do display capture. I've not once emptied my crash folder. This is the amount of crashes I've had in the entire time that I've had this, so since the 16th of last month. This is the total amount of crashes. And as you can see, from here, 29th, and here's the 27th, these were all basically the same crash. Basically, what I had is I couldn't get past a single date. And essentially, I would reload the game and try and get past it. Reload the game, try and get past it. Reload the game, try and get past it. All of these are me trying to get past that one single date to continue the Navarra campaign. So, essentially, in my opinion, I've had two crashes. The one on the 24th and the one on the 27th. And the only thing that I did to basically get past this was load an older autosave, like 2 or 3 years behind, and then go from there. So essentially, while I understand and I totally do not doubt that other people have had, you know, the crashes that they claim they've had, it has not affected me. Am I playing on Windows 11? Yes. What CPU and GPU do I have? I can find that out for you. This is what I use. I should probably make a thing for that. And I probably will at some point. But yeah, this is the Wales game that I did the AARs for. And look, people are expanding. Crazy. The New World is a thing that people are going into. Sweden was a mad colonizer. Castile went to the Cape. Obviously, Gilarids and Egypt are still mad strong, so the Ottomans didn't manage to do much, but... what's Asia? I actually don't think I looked at Asia once. Oh, that's filth. Oh, that's filth. What the fuck happened here? Some content creators said playing on very hard made the AI more aggressive. I'm sure it did, but meh. So into 1710 here. What happened to culture? Castilians went in there. Yeah, I mean, nothing seems too terrible there, if I say so myself. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But anyway, I want to start a new game. I don't want to dwell on the past. Vijayanagar went into East Africa. That's interesting. Anyway, we're gonna start a new game. Holy Border Guard. It wasn't that bad. Bohemia. No, see, I've done. Ooh. Streaming and loading new game is apparently taxing. What's the UI like compared to CK3 and Victoria 3? Well, the notification system is objectively better in... Like, that's not even a contest. You feel like in Victoria 3, stuff is too many clicks away. I'm not sure, because I don't really play Victoria 3 anymore. Okay. My game is lagging just a little bit, but this is the part where it's, you know, loading all of the resources. So hopefully this is not too bad. My audio broke there. Sorry. Okay. This is the first time I've tried to stream and play at the same time, so that is always going to be a bit more taxing. I don't play CK3 or Vic3 all that much. Are things in too many menus deep? Some things can be like tooltips deep. A lot of things that are like that though have been kind of reported and will hopefully be able to be, you know, focused on and changed up. Maybe not by release, but hopefully soon after. Are you able to rename generals and admirals? No, but you can rename your kids when they're born. If I remember correctly. I do remember correctly. But only your direct kids. But yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see. Are there any Silesian content? So this guy is Silesian content. No, there is no content for Silesian culture, or I assume any of these tags. Maybe Moravia. Oh, Moravia doesn't either. Okay, that's unfortunate. Oh, hang on. Silesian German does have attracting the right people, which is an advance they get in the third age, gives migration speed and monthly prosperity. But also they're German, so they get a bunch of stuff for being German as well. There's also some things in EU5 from Imperial to Rome. I would say so, yeah. I'd say Imperator is a nice influence, let's say. But we're not here to look at the solutions. We're here for Bohemia. We start as King Johann the Blind. We have a bit of content, 11 bonuses, 42 dynamic historical events, which is quite nice. But the bonuses we get, so in the first age, max literacy of nobles and education of heirs, quite nice. The Wagenburg regular regiment, which is they take slightly less strength damage taken, minus 20 compared to 25%. So not terrible. Wagenburg has +4 initiative rather than the +1, and they take less morale damage taken as well. So they're not bad. I just kind of don't see too much use for the wagons. Like, supply units aren't really that important. Unfortunately, it's kind of my one gripe with the warfare system is these need to be important, and they're currently just not. We also get some Diplo capacity. We get pop promotion speed, production efficiency, glass output 20%. It's interesting. From fort defense, fort costs. Tolerance of heretics. Kutnahorian deal, giving some noble estate satisfaction. And then the Thaler, giving income from minting. We also have the Bohemian Commonwealth government reform, eventually. I don't think we have this at the start of the game. Accept a culture slot cost, minus 50%. This is completely useless, because this is like 5 prestige, which is... I mean, it can be a lot if you're struggling to get prestige, but like 5 is not much. Culture capacity close to 3 is huge. This, though, cabinet seats and possible government reforms. Like, it's a free government reform, and you get a cabinet seat out of it. It's fantastic. So that is beautiful. For the country bonuses, obviously, Catholics have all of these things going for them, which is quite a lot of things. It's quite a lot of things. It's a hell of a lot of things. And then Christianity itself has stuff. Monarchy has stuff. Settled country has stuff. But yeah, beautiful stuff. Johann is, in fact, blind. He is the father of the ruler of Moravia, Karol z Luxemburgo. I believe this is Charles IV. The you know, he had a long and beautiful reign, according to Kingdom Come Deliverance. This is Charles IV. I'm fairly certain of it. So hopefully Johann kicks the bucket soon, so we can have his son Charles IV take the throne. But I think we should press play. I think we should press play as Bohemia. Seems like a decent idea. I think it's a decent. Oh, I'm excited. Anyway, let's just click it. Let's just click it. Let's just go in as the Kingdom of Bohemia, and we'll have a look around. So I recognize that a lot of people have seen a bunch of videos that went live a couple of days ago, and some of us did AAR style things. Some of us did actual like playing. I don't know what it is you've seen. So what we're gonna do is basically go through all of the tabs and see what's in each of them, and show you as well how I like to start playing. So I think that's a decent enough idea. So we'll start off with the government tab. Naturally, this is where your estates live. Bohemia starts with no government reforms to start with, so you've got your choice of a few. More unlock very, very quickly, though. I'm not sure what causes them to appear, but like by 1340 in my test game, I had a bunch of new options, and I spent 20 stability on replacing what I had with what I wanted. Obviously the nobility as well here, with a bunch of their estate privileges. Some of them I would want to get rid of, such as inaugural diplomas, seems pretty naff. Royal marriage rights is perfectly fine. They can keep that. Fort limit plus 10%. They can keep that. Auxilium et concilium is fantastic. They will keep this forever. And then land rights is also very good. We'll let them keep that as well. Clergy start off with religious literacy rights, giving some max literacy, which is perfectly fine. They can keep that. And then enforced religious unity for pop conversion speed. They can keep that as well. Burghers, my favorite of the estates. Progress to plutocracy and some prosperity is nice. And then allows my burghers to build roads, which makes sense considering we have actually got quite a few roads here already. And I'm sure I have a roads map set up. If I can find it, there it is. We have a bunch of roads already. This will relatively quickly become incredibly colored in. Like, incredibly colored in. Is Opava in premise-led dynasty? Which one's Opava here? They are led by the premise lids. Yes, they are. In fact, indeed, yes. By Prince Mikolai. Anyway, we'll go back to this. Yeah, so allowing the burghers to build roads is absolutely fantastic. The commoners currently have hunting permits, which is, yeah, it's fine. Nothing to sniff at. I wouldn't give it, but I'm not going to bother taking it away either. Communal lands, nobles have less power and you get some decentralization, which is quite nice. And then non-cultural levy size plus 20% is fine, but I would get rid of this because maximum tax for the peasant estate minus 10% is actually kind of naff. Are higher tier roads shown with different color on the map mode? Yes, and if Milan conquers Pavia, that'll be the easiest way to see it the earliest because they get a free road upgrade. But yes, paved roads do come in different colors. I don't think there are any others that are at the start of the game that I can see, at least. Yeah, I don't see any others, unfortunately. But yes, they do come in different colors. If I want to add privileges, obviously you can add whichever ones you want, and when you do that, it will cause the others to all like you a little bit less. So let's give common militias to the commoners. The nobles really don't like that. They get minus 13%. The nobles basically hate the commoners. Always. They absolutely despise them. But I quite like them, so we'll do that. Crown, we can give some government reforms. I will probably not do that just yet. Are all my roads currently dirt paths? The roads are currently gravel, not dirt or gravel. It's a big difference. Big difference. But yeah, on this tab as well, obviously we have the Parliament. We cannot call this yet, so we'll get back to it in a couple of years. We also have the Cabinet. I will assign my Cabinet now to do what? Let's go with... We have pretty low stability, so we'll stabilize the country. And what else will we do? Developing Prague is also probably a good idea. And then these numbers are affected both by my own ruler. So his 64 is giving... sorry, this is a military skill. So his 59 is giving half of that, so 29.5, to how good this works. And then we can add in, say, Peter Rosenberg to boost this even further. And if we also wanted to, we could promote him to be the head of the cabinet for 113 gold, and then this would become even better. Also, crown power is also very, very important to making your estates, your cabinet very effective. Let's put in Jindrik on that one as well. Fair enough. And then finally, laws. You can totally change these laws just at any time you want, but it's horrifically expensive, so the best way to do any laws ever is you wait for your parliament and you ask for a law change here. I don't recommend ever changing a law without it. It's just not worth it. You can also change your court language from here as well for 20 stability. At the moment, we're going with Czechoslovak. We could swap to French or Latin or whatever, German. We're not going to do that either because we are beautiful and Czech, and that's perfectly fine. Also on this screen, we have our values. We can see exactly what we are going towards. We're currently very decentralized. I really like centralized. We're going to be moving towards there for the crown power, for the proximity cost. Both of those are fantastic. Decentralization, I mean, your estates will be happier, but yeah, I mean, I don't really care. I quite like innovativeness for the institution. Embracement cost, the max literacy is fantastic as well. Cultural influence, I mean, I want to be the cultural hegemon, of course, so we're going to be trying to get to innovative. Spiritualist is good for converting religion. Humanist is good for converting culture. I know I'm going to go Hussite, so we're going to be going with Spiritualist. And the big thing to bear in mind here is, right now, I am... how far towards there? I am 50 towards Spiritualist. But if I was at 0, because I'm only gaining 0.28 towards Spiritualist, I can't go further than 28. The fact that I'm already higher is kind of irrelevant, but you can only go to whatever your monthly gain is times, 100. Which is cool. I like it. I think it's a really interesting system. I quite like plutocracy, so the burghers become powerful. Who cares? But I get trade efficiency. And the expected cost of court goes down, and I get more burghers. Aristocracy is also decent, I guess. You know, you got your discipline in there. But making your nobles more powerful hurts, and expected cost of court is pretty big expense. Free subjects will let your pups promote faster, and you get some prosperity, which is always nice. Whereas serfdom, you do more raw materials. Serfdom is pretty good too. I don't mind either way on this one, but you usually go free subjects because, I mean, I'm nice that way, kinda. Belligerent, do I want to go to war more? You got war score cost in there, whereas conciliatory has efficiency of cabinet. I can go either way on this one. Quality is your army tactics, which is fantastic, but mostly army initiative. Initiative is, especially in the early game, probably the absolute best modifier when it comes to winning battles. It is the reason that the English can absolutely dumpster on France, because they have warbows which have huge initiative. They get to the front line before any of the French can, and they just pepper the trickle of troops that end up coming onto the front line for the French. It's not even close. It's so good. Whereas quantity, higher possible frontage, very good. And I feel like maybe late game this might be better. Early game though, the initiative is huge. Late game, I feel like frontage. If you think of it like the combat width, how many troops can actually get onto the front line, if as long as you don't die to high initiative, higher frontage is huge. So I don't know. I feel like late game, this might be better. Offensive is your siege ability and your assault ability, versus defensiveness, which is your fort defense. But this fort defense goes to 50%, which is way higher than the 10% siege ability from offensive. So I feel like defensive is probably better. We got land. This land versus naval is more about proximity and transferring proximity through either ports or through roads. Obviously, as Bohemia, we want to be through land because we don't have a port. But if we had, say, an England or Denmark, or honestly even Milan, anywhere in Italy is probably a good idea, then naval is really good because, maritime presence and proximity cost through maritime, really huge modifiers. Next up, we have capital economy, which is making your buildings cheaper. You spend less on interest and you get a ton of production efficiency, but you produce less food. Or you go traditional economy, where your buildings cost more, but you have more raw material output, you have way more population capacity, and you do more food production. I actually prefer traditional economy. I prefer traditional economy over capital economy in almost all scenarios. Obviously, production efficiency is a massive modifier, but I don't care about this negative of building cost, whereas I do care about this negative of food production. So, yeah. Individualism is your morale, which is very nice, versus communalism, which is your estate satisfaction. Individualism is way better. What country do I advise you start as? Naples or Milan? I'd say probably Milan is what I learned the game with, and it worked out fine for me. Is there more stuff as well? Yes. Later on in the game, you can have things like meritocracy versus free trade. You can have things like synicized versus non-synicized. I don't remember what the opposite of that is called. I can't remember. It might just be non-synicized. You can have things like absolutism versus liberalism, and these come with the ages. Am I planning to go a more historical Bohemia game? No, I'm planning on just Jan Hus. Jan Žižka, I'm going to try and become the emperor and make Hussite the faith of the empire. That would be my idea. Economy tab. First things first, markets and trading. Should we just automate it with a right click, or do we do it manually? I don't know. Right, first things first as well, though. Minting. Generally, what you always want to do is get it to 0. I don't know why there isn't an automate here to keep this at, if I have some inflation, go down. If I don't have any inflation, mint up until the point where I don't get inflation. I don't know why there's not an automate for that, because it just seems very, very obvious. For the rest of them, though, I like to just do that. Unfortunately, the way that the current equilibrium works for estate satisfaction is if they are below it, they will go up by just a little bit. This is going up a little bit faster because of same religion, but it goes up at 0.2. Whether you have an equilibrium of 90 and they're currently at 10, or if you have an equilibrium of 64 and they're currently at 60. Right now, it goes up at the same level. I'm not a massive fan of that, because what that means is the absolute best thing to do is maximum tax up until a point where their satisfaction equilibrium turns into 0.2 ahead of where they are, which I don't know. Yeah, I feel like that needs changing. I prefer the old system for that, in my opinion. That was better. Oh yeah, the burgers need to have some more stuff because they're below 50%. When actually going back to the estates, all of these guys give you a buff if they are above 50%. So your nobles give you some prestige if they're over 50%. I feel like this buff needs to be made buffier because, I don't know, it doesn't feel too impactful right now. The clergy is the biggest important one. They give you monthly research progress. I want to keep the clergy as happy as possible at all times. The burghers currently don't give me anything because they're not happy enough. But we can quickly give them... Yeah, what do we want to give them? Oh yeah, gold output. Sounds like a plan. There we go. So now they're happier and they will give me trade advantage and production efficiency. Fantastic stuff. And obviously, if you want to see what any of these things are, you've got tooltips and tooltips that will tell you what everything is up until the end of time. Crazy. And then the commoners' food production, also a really important one, and stability and cost as well. How's the game? It's beautiful. I love it. Tooltipception is, yeah, it's great. It's great stuff. Also, going back to the economy, there's a lot of people who are not understanding food, and I was one of these people until I was told how food works. A lot of people are complaining that you cannot starve people. It's not true. It's not true. You can starve people to death. Essentially, what happens is you have an market. My market is Prague. In Prague, we have 14,450 food. We also have a bunch of provinces. Every one of these provinces has their own little bit of food, right? Provincial food. If the provincial food stockpile of 1150 goes negative, they will purchase food from the market. If this gets to 0 and there's food in the market, obviously they're buying a lot of food to fill that up. If the market runs out of food and the province runs out of food, then people starve. That's how it works. A province will sell their excess food to the market, and if your province is not making, is in a deficit, they will purchase from the market. And the difference between those is what happens here. The problem is, or what people are considering a problem, is that if there is not a lot of food in the market, that means the price of food in the market is hella high. And you've got no ability to say, no, I don't want to buy food, or no, I want to have a cap placed on food. So a country will quite literally bankrupt themselves before they say, you know what? Fuck the peasants, essentially. It would be nice if there was a limit, say, a slider that I could put on to say, don't spend more than this on the food. I feel like that'd be cool. Yeah, that's how food works. Exactly, fuck the peasants. Diplomacy is, your vassals giving you tributes. That makes sense. Cost of court. This one gets mad expensive, especially when you become a great power. Because when you become a great power, you get a flat 1.5% extra cost to your cost of your court, which is like a lot. Why have I got other perspectives thing going on there? I don't know why that shouldn't be there. Don't worry about that. But this will get very, very expensive very, very quickly. And if you become a great power, you get a plus 1.5% extra cost to it. And then for every single one of the great power things, your hegemonies, that's another 1% each. So kind of crazy. How fast can you gain stability? Well, if I crank this all the way up, I can spend a decent amount of money at and get 0.56 per month. Yeah, perfect. Obviously you got sliders. The army, navy, and fort only go to 50% now. This was, I think, just to stop the AI from having it at 0 and then thinking, oh, forts are cheap. I don't need to pay for forts. Therefore, they just built forts all over the place, and we had a period of about a week where the forts were just insane numbers of them. Insane numbers of them. But yeah, I like to keep cost of court at halfway and stability at around about halfway as well. Diplomatic spending is probably going to get cranked up because, of course, this is another one that is hugely expensive. This affects how many diplomats you gain per month. So at the moment, I'm getting 0.5. All of my diplomatic actions, like I'm going to send a improve opinion with Brandenburg, that costs 1 instantly, and then monthly it costs 0.5. So if you spend too many of your diplomats, you could be gaining like 0.05 a month, and kind of be in a little bit of a stuck situation. What's the number 18 mean? Number 18, I guess I can skip a couple of tabs. Number 18 essentially means that I am the 18th rank great power in the world, or just 18th rank power in the world. So that's where you get your great power ranking from. Do I have agents like diplomats or spies? No. There are just diplomats as a capacity, but there are no. I can't send a character to another country to do diplomacy. Will I do Hussite? Yes. Eventually, when we get through the whole explainy bits. Markets. Obviously, I showed you a little bit of the food situation with the market. Obviously, we are only in the Prague market right now, so I'm not doing too much in the way of internal trades and such. But if I click on it, I can see all of the different goods that are within it and what I can do to import or export them. I can also go into the building tab to see, oh, if I want more beer, these are the buildings that I could use to do beer. If I want to build some more beeswax things, whatever they're called, the RGO for beeswax is like an apiary. I don't know. Then you can go through that tab as well. I don't use this tab too terribly much though. Mostly I just automate it, but you could do other things if you so desire. The trade tab is obviously it started. I automated it so it instantly did a couple of trades. But if I wanted to say, you know what, I only want you to do half of the trades, and then I will do the rest of them. So I want to be able to see, you know, I want to export silver to Krakow, then I can do that, and I will start selling silver to Krakow. I think that was already one of the trades that was there, but I guess I increased the amount of capacity that I spent on it. It is what it is. Generally, though, I like to automate it other than any very important trades. So, for example, if I am colonizing and I want to start exploring from the New World, then I will use some trade capacity to move the goods needed to explore to the New World, and you would see it in here if there was any expressions possible. But essentially, that is how that works. I can do manual trades, and I do manual trades, but for the most part, I like to have it automated, which is really, really simple, and it works quite nice. And I'm going to pop that up to maximum again. Next up is the production tab. I'm in this tab quite a bit. This is where you want to build your buildings, and there are a lot of buildings. There are a lot of buildings, and you will kind of get to know them. You get to know which ones are kind of valuable to you. You can sort them by how much money they're going to make. So, Jewelers Guild, surprise, surprise, we are the land of gold. we can build jewelry guilds and make a profit on those. But also you can sort it by what who works in it. So say I want to find all of the noble buildings, you can pop in a filter there, or maybe I want a cleric building, I want to, the burghers, the laborers, soldiers buildings, peasant buildings, tribal buildings, I don't have any of those, or slave buildings, don't have any of those either, and do it that way. If I was in multiple markets, I could choose to, flip between the markets for building, or I can remove the market filter entirely, and then that works that way. If I want to automate buildings, I can. I'm not gonna. I don't like doing that, but I could. And then you can choose how your employment system works. So essentially, the building that I built first gets the people, or all of my buildings will have my people spread amongst them, equally. Whoever's going to make me the most profit is going to get them. And then this one is infrastructure, so I think like bridges and such would get the pound lock canals, and then most profitable. This is probably a pretty good one. Works out pretty nicely. Goods wise, this is where I can upgrade my RGOs, like my gold. And the best way to work with this is you open the RGO builder, you hover over this mass expand RGO, and you see, oh, so if I upgrade the gold mine in Benishov, then I will make 161 profit in 3 years. Cool, let me just do that. Either you can use an auto clicker and mass expand and go mad, or if you hold shift, it will just spend all of your money on all of the best RGO upgrades, which, that works too. And control does 5, so that's quite nice. But yeah, you'll be in this tab quite a bit. As well, if you're thinking, oh, I know what all these buildings are that I like, so I am going to say I want to build temples. You can just build temples like this. You can search for them, which is also super nice. Society tab, you have your culture tab, and you can see which cultures are in your country. You've got a breakdown of the cultures in your country, and you can say, you know what, these Silesian Germans, maybe at some point I want to integrate all of these guys. And I'm not really tolerating these guys yet, or I am tolerating them, but I'm not accepting them. Maybe I want to. Maybe we'll add Silesian German to accept it. If you hover over it, you can see that he is currently taking 0.05 of my cultural capacity, and if I was to accept them, that's awkward. That's crash. Yep. Well, it had to happen at some point. Great timing on that one. I accepted the Sorbians. I think it was the Sorbians. I don't know if it was the Sorbians. That's what I get for accepting the Germans. True facts, though. Actual facts. But now I guess you get to see how fast it is to open the game. It was the Sorbians, fair enough. Are crested exflips more common on this patch? I don't think so. Like I said, I've only had... that was my 12th crash since the 16th, so I don't think so. But yeah, streaming while loading game resources and such is not exactly the fastest thing in the world. How much involvement does Bohemia have in the 100 Years' War? 0, if you don't want them to. But yeah, you can start loading the game, but I like to wait until loading game resources is done, just because it makes more sense to do that way, I think, in my opinion. Yeah, the Hussites intervened. Is the estates building things annoying? Honestly, no. The estates only build crap that you don't want if they're unhappy with you. Didn't your king die at Kreshy? Is there a dynamic historical event about that? I don't think I remember having seen one like that. What flavor do the Hussites get? It's kind of hard to... There's no Hussites available at the start of the game, so it's hard to say, oh, content-wise, they get this. I can do that when Hussite spawns, though. I hope I have an old PC so I can assign that to streaming. Yeah, I wish. I do not have an old PC that I can do that with, unfortunately. Alright, I need to fix this bot. Hang on. I don't want the bot to be like, oh, by the way, other people are streaming, because that's not happening. Is the Crusade of Varna against the Ottomans an event that can occur? I haven't seen it. I'm not going to say it isn't, but I have not seen it. It's a timer or something, is it? Yeah, let's just remove that. There we go. Alright, go back into Bohemia. Oh, you know what I didn't do is show you the bloody game options. You know what? We have to show the game options. We have to do the game options. There is a need. Oh yeah. Also, boom. We're back to the main menu. Huh? Isn't that great? Oh, you just go back to the main menu. Crazy. That's crazy. Are the PC specs of my channel up to date? Those are my current PC specs. I need to make a command for that actually. Let me just add command called specs. There we go. Just put that in there. Specs. It didn't take an hour to get to the menu. What is this magic? Facts, though. That's crazy. Nexus? I haven't used Nexus in forever. Get rid of that. Rogue, no, you can go away. You don't need to be turned on. Yeah, that's fine. Is the game GPU intensive? Actually, I don't know what I could... Showing stuff on Task Manager is probably not the best idea, but I can say that CPU right now is around about the 50% mark. Memory is at 80%. My GPU is at 80%. 85%. I don't think there's anything on here that's compromising, so... Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm looking at right now. How's the Navy in this game? I really like it. I really like the Navy in this game. It works. Right, there we go. Move you away. Yeah, game rules. You have very many options, and obviously, turn on Iron Man if you wanted to as well. Proper rules is obviously what I go with. Historical AI, I like weighted, but that removes achievements, so apparently historical is the only one you can do for achievements, which is kind of crazy, because things like religious conversions, present in country... Wait, have I got something else that turns off achievements? Oh, formables. This will change. Yeah. Don't worry about this one. But, yeah, religious conversions present in country. This means that as the Ottomans, I can swap to Orthodox day one and keep achievement compatibility. I find that wild. I feel like dynamic rules is the best version, because that means you have to have, I think, over 40% of your population be that religion in your core provinces to be able to swap. I think this is the best one. Formable countries, right now, allow ahistorical is off. The first patch after release, this is changing to being allowing everything, because this breaking Iron Man is silly, and the devs have already agreed to change it. So I'm not getting achievements anyway, so we're going to do that. You can change when the Black Death appears. if you so desire. Obviously, it will break achievement compatibility if you turn off or change the Black Death origin, or if you want to make it random when it comes, or disable it. Seems a silly idea anyway. Roman name, obviously Eastern Roman Empire. We're not even gonna entertain the thought of not having that. And then you got multiplayer. No one cares about victory cards. Multiplayer pause settings. Who can pause the game, etc. All that good stuff. And then yeah, player difficulty. So if you're hard, your armies cost more, which I don't think is that much of a problem, to be honest. That's a bit mad, though. Obviously, just normal is better. AI difficulty, if you make it hard, they get just 10% discipline, which I find absolutely crazy. And then very hard, they get 20% difficulty. Discipline. Madness. Madness, madness. Historical AI, they'll always use the historical options. I prefer weighted, because I like them to be able to choose something else sometimes. I don't want to always see... I mean, a good example is there's an event that the Teutonic Order and the Polish get with the Papal States, right? Where Poland's saying, like, oh, I think we should have all of our land back. This is crazy. And they petition they demand it from the Teutons. The Teutons then petitions the Pope to, like, can you intervene here? Because this is madness. The Pope, if they choose the weighted option, says back to the Teutons, okay, you have to give up these, like, couple of provinces. I think at some point, say if the Teutons really improve relations with the Pope or whatever, that might, doesn't have to be the same thing that happens every single game. They've got 3 options. Maybe they can go with someone else. That's just my opinion, though. Yeah, multiplayer is their thing as well, and obviously select country, you can choose to sort them by how much unique content they have. So, obviously, England with the most content in the game, because, of course, they're just huge. But anyway, I'm going to go back into Bohemia. Skåne is under Swedish rule. Oh, I don't want to do Iron Man. Turn off. There we go. Play as Bohemia. Let's go back in. Yeah, Denmark is in, like, a huge amount of debt, and, like, they sell the remaining Scanian locations to Sweden early on. And then they get out of debt, and it's quite nice. But we'll go back in here, and I will give these guys the gold output again, and what else did we do? We did that, and that, and that, and that. And I didn't do anything there. We were in the middle here. Silesian Germans. We could just accept them. We can accept the Sorbians. And we can accept the Upper Palatines. Whereabouts are these guys? Yeah, we're probably going to expand that way. Why not? Oh, I'm out of prestige, so I can't. Religion tab. This is where I can do various things. I grow my religious influence. And if I have a cathedral, then I can request a cardinal seat. If I have a cardinal seat, then I can do things like vote in the various religious actions in here. The papal bulls, I can choose things. The doctrines, I think I can choose in here somewhere. The other things, where is it? Where's that in here? There's another thing you can do in the religion. I thought it was in... Where is it? Is it papal bulls? Okay, no, it is papal bulls. Then you can vote for these various things. They're not available at the start of the game, which is why I got a little confused. But things like estate satisfaction is in here. There's things like antagonism reduction. This one is the Holy Roman Authority, Imperial Authority. So that's kind of nice too. But mostly what you want to do with your religious power is probably canonize a saint for 150, which gives you a bunch of prestige and legitimacy, which is kind of nice. What we can do, though, if we wanted to, is basically get no more religious influence for the rest of the game, but until my death, I'll get plus 20% crown power. Which kind of seems kind of nice. Yeah, why not? And then people, you can see the various pups in your nation and whether they're going to rebel or not. You can see all the dynasties within your country and also all of the characters, and you can filter. So if I want to only look for Rosenbergs, spell it correctly, then these are all the Rosenbergs, etc., etc. Diplomacy tab. This is where you want to create your subjects. If you want to, create some new ones or manage them, set everyone to supportive stance or aggressive stance, probably my favorite anyway. As Bohemia, you see a breakdown of my subjects, all the guys I've got a truce with. I'm currently rivals with Upper Bavaria, but I can choose a couple of new rivals as well. Those sneaky Danes, don't really like them, and Naples also don't like you either. If I didn't have all of these set up, by the way, if I was like staying below my rivals, I gain more antagonism, but I also gain progress towards conciliatory, which, can be something you might want to do. Military tab. Right now we don't have any regulars, but you know what? Maybe I'll grab myself an armored horseman anyway. Or I won't, because I don't have any building that can hire them. So I will build a sergeantry in my capital so that we can do that. The sergeantry is an building that will let me recruit regiments there. It doesn't give me any manpower, but that's fine. At least I don't think it does. But this is also where I'm going to raise my levies. When I'm at war, I can see all of my army stats, my morale, discipline, etc. No war wagons, not right now. I can build camp followers, and this is basically the basic bitch Wagenburg, but I don't know. I don't think they're good, so I'm not gonna build them. You can also build the navies here if you have a coastline. Geopolitics. This is where you're gonna do your exploration. This is where you're gonna start getting colonies set up, and then this is a tab that I think the first time I've ever been on it. Yeah, this honestly, I've never been on this tab before. It's got stuff you can do on it. Open the ledger as well. That's kind of nice. Okay, whatever. You can also see your diseases, such as if you have influenza spreading, you'll get a map mode for that, and you'll be able to see how many people have died from it. Obviously, at the start of the game, no one's died from anything yet. So that's nice. And then, shitting Christ, my game crashed again. What the hell? Okay. Interesting. Need to reduce the graphics for stream? Maybe. Yeah, maybe for streaming we'll go with flat map mode, always on. Why not? Maybe I'm staying too long in the lobby. Honestly, probably. Let's blame it on that. It's like, can you just continue? Press unpause. God damn. Did I do my 3 checks? Real. No one was double booked in the lobby. That's true. When your camera is freezing, you know your CPU is working hard. True. With any luck, that'll be the last of the crashes. That's unironically very annoying though, because I have not actually been crashing all that much. I mean, I feel like I proved that already. John Universalis, is he streaming? Crash it. True. That's exactly what's happening. Right. Bohemia. Let's just play a bit of Bohemia after we change the game rules. The only one that really needs changing is that one anyway, let's be honest. Where did the 100k channel point option go? I think I got rid of it. It was a one-time only thing. But anyway, we basically did everything though. I showed off everything that I wanted to anyway. So let me just go and turn on automation. There's so many things you can automate. The only ones I do is replace generals, replace admirals. I like to do my own constructions. I like to do my own colonies and explorations. I don't ever want the game to pick rivalries for me or do diplomacy for me or any of this seems unwise to let the AI do for me, but I will let them do trade and I will let them do production methods. Everything else I want to do myself. Here what we wanted was a sergeantry in my capital, and what we wanted was to accept the Silesians and the Sorbs, and didn't want anything in there. What we want to do is some advances. We are obviously in the Age of Traditions. We have unlocked feudalism, we have unlocked legalism, and every one of these, by the way, where it spawns gets a little buff. So if we go and have a look at Aachen, we can see that it has possible nobles plus 100 for being the birthplace of feudalism. Quite nice. Some of these are quite nice. Some of them are very so-so. Rome has pop promotion speed, which is quite nice. But yeah, some of them aren't really doing all that much. Let's close that again. And let's do some technology. So you can either choose what text you want through here, and then it's just a bad way to do it though. What you want to do is open up the tech tree, and you can choose what you want to get from here. At the moment, we've got all of these techs already pre-unlocked. Let me see. I think is there any Bohemian specific things in here that we start the game with? I don't see any. I do see things like I only get this one because I'm a monarchy, and I only get this one because I am part of the German group, Fortress Church, because I'm German, apparently. But things like if I obviously have the cathedral because I'm Christianity, if I change to a non-Christian religion, I lose access to this advance. If I am a monarchy and I swap to a republic, I lose access to all of the monarchy advances that I've taken. Czech is in the German group, yes. Culture groups are not one-to-one, right? Culture can be a part of multiple culture groups. There's one Bohemian research already done. Where was that? They would have a little flag on it. Oh, there it is. So we start with students of foreign courts, so my literacy of nobles is a bit higher, and education of heirs is up, which is nice to start the game with. Hopefully we'll be able to educate my heirs quite nicely. What I like to do at the start of a game, obviously we all start with the same text to unlock. Go through organized religion into guilds. Diplomatic capacity would be very nice for Bohemia, though. And then, after you've done about 3 techs, that is when institutions will start unlocking for the next age. So that's when you get institution growth. And then the first thing that happens when the Age of Renaissance starts is you get access to this basic tree, which has embrace institution costs. So you want to pick up scholarly treaties immediately after that point as well. But let's select rivals. We don't like Denmark. We don't like... Freaking Croatia's available. Interesting. And Naples. Screw Naples. Essentially, all this means is if my rivals go to war, say Upper Bavaria attacks Lower Bavaria, I can intervene on, against my rival, which is, very good. Picking Hungary would be too bold this early. It's a very good beginner's nation. There's a lot of really good RGOs in there. There's a lot of really good things. Makes it, honestly, kind of easy. Easy as a pickup nation. Let's also do Placitum Regium for my lovely crown power. And what else? We've got government reforms we can do. We can do precious metal distribution. Most countries, this is not really something that matters as an option. Here, though, I don't know. I feel like unlimited export might be nice. That means we'll get more trade advantage. But in Prague, we're already maximum trade advantage. No one's getting higher than us in Prague, so is that even a problem? We can ban the export, which means I make more money from minting. However, I can't really mint all that much because I will instantly become, too high and I'll start getting inflation. So I don't feel like that's a good idea. Regulated economy, trade efficiency, obviously quite nice. But the gold and the silver output, 5%, is what's really drawing me to unlimited export. Yeah, we'll do unlimited export. That seems fine. Again, we could do some of these, but I don't particularly like most of them. Loyalty of subjects wouldn't be terrible, but my subjects are loyal anyway. And diplomatic reputation probably do a better job there anyway. +1 diplo capacity is also very, very nice. Then we go diplomatic traditions, and I leave the other one available. These don't apply instantly. These tick up, and when you get to 100%, that's when they're fully, done. They're not there just yet, though. What we wanted to do was to develop Prague. We wanted to stabilize the country. And we have Jan Volek doing that one. And we'll have Zbignov. You can go there. Nailed that pronunciation. Don't even worry about it. We need to update my sliders a bit so that my vassals are not going to get disloyal. -4 is probably fine, but yeah, we'll leave it around there. Yeah, I did a vote on who to play, and Bohemia did win twice. Can I revoke crown reforms at will? Yes. I can replace it for 20, or I can just straight up remove it for 20, which I guess same thing, really. But it does cost stability. Is there anything else that we want to do? I don't think so. I think we're pretty happy as we are. Let's have a look at the Holy Roman Empire. I'm, of course, voting for myself. Let's improve relations, with Mainz and with Cologne. I want them to vote for me because I would kind of want to be the next emperor. The clergy are unhappy with me right now, so let me give them apostolic tax? I don't know what that does. Anything else in here that I like, though? Agenda impact is kind of nice. Sure. Just want to make the clergy happy, and the same with the burghers. We wanted the control over coinage, because that's actually fantastic. Nobles are happy, but they're not going to be happy as soon as I give that away. Now they're at 39, so I will go in and I will give them 5% discipline. Seems good, seems good. Every time I give away a privilege, though, I am lowering my legitimacy, so that cost of court needs to be up there, so we're going to gain it. I forgot to do the Catholic King thingy in this timeline. Classitum Regium? Is that what that is? Catholic King thingy? But we did do that. So we're good. We're at 25 crown power. Anything above 25, you get bonuses. Anything below, you get negative. So this is like your break point. But I think we could probably unpause. And we'll go speed 4. I think that's probably a fine speed to be at. You can already tell that MP starts are going to be paused at start date for a lot longer than EU4. Yeah, I feel like that can totally be a thing. Wait, Jawar added me as a rival? That is... I can't rival you back, though. It's sadness. Bulgaria, I don't like Bulgaria. Does the integration of a state take long? It can do. It gets faster if it's your primary culture. It gets faster if your estates, your cabinet is very, very efficient. But you're looking at like, at the slow end, you're looking at like 10, 15 years. Is Bohemia gameplay all about mining gold and silver, then trading them away? Yeah, pretty much. Like, the automated trade that they've got going on for me right now is trading away silver to Köln and silver to Krakow. Although I am gaining dies, which is nice. Anyway, we have the First Congress of Visegrad. It's been some years since the Bohemian, Hungarian, and Polish houses convened on the matter of Austrian expansion. In order to solidify strong relations between the three nations, we chose to annul our claim on the Piast throne. In return, and as a show of goodwill, we received exclusive rights for commercial routes, as well as the recognition of our sovereignty over Silesia. This agreement has rejuvenated relations between the three houses and may yet prove a vital pawn in our war of influence over the von Habsburgs. So if I honor it, I gain a bunch of money and opinion with Poland and Hungary. I go towards conciliatory, or I can get claim throne CB on Poland, and then every non-allied country bordering us or any of our subjects lose 100 opinion. Damn. That's a lot of opinion. I'm going to continue honoring because I like money. Starting with the game with 1,000 gold, EU4 could never. What I want to do with that gold, though, is a Jeweler's Guild. I think we make a Jeweler's Guild in Plzen. And the reason I'm going to do it in Plzen is because it already has one. And if we hover over it, where is it gone? I thought it said that they had one. It did not. Can I not see from in here? I can't see from in here for some reason. But in this area, there is silver and there is gold. So it will get a production boost from it. Whereas in Prague, actually, there's gold in Prague as well, so they could totally be there as well. Ah, well, I'll build in both places. Whatever. Fine. You got me. Other things that I want, though. Carpenter's Guild, with Spinner's Guild. You know what actually I need is a Tailor's Guild in Prague. That would be quite nice. And then a Spinner's Guild to feed it. We'll pop a few in there. Papermaker's Guild would be best in a place where there is wood. You've got wood, so you could have Papermaker's Guilds and Scriptoriums. All of the Scriptoriums. And then Prague itself wants to have a hospital for 130 because that's going to be important for something that will happen in about 10 years. Don't worry about that. Why was lose 100 opinion in green, not red? I don't know. That might be something to report. No 2-hour session spent waiting on for text to build single buildings. No, we can build from the start of the game. It's fantastic. I've got 400 gold left. What we can do with that 400 gold is roads. Having roads going from our capital to every direction means that we're going to have proximity cost go down. When proximity cost goes down, then this fills up with green. The higher this is, the higher this one is. You get, if I hover over this, you can tell for a core. God damn it! Get back up there. Thank you. If you're a core, you get 20% base, and then your proximity to capital is what gives you some more control, and then satisfaction brings it back down again. So this is very, very important to have proximity to be, high. That is incredibly, incredibly, incredibly important. Any chance I can cycle through map modes? I can indeed, actually, yeah. So you can choose what you have on this bottom bar. I've got a selection of things that I like. But mostly I play in political map mode, although not really relevant as I'm playing on paper map right now. But if you hover your mouse over here, you get them broken down by the various different, categories. Or you can just search for, say, I want culture. It'll tell you, oh, these are all the different culture map modes. So, obviously these ones aren't going to work because I'm on paper map mode. But I can see what the building-based countries in the world. Hansa, Bardi, or Peruzzi. Bardi's around there somewhere as well. Pop-based countries, there are none here other than in Finland and Siberia. We've got army-based countries is the hordes. We've got government types, monarchy, republic, and horde, and tribe, and all that kind of good stuff. I wish this bar would stay up. That'd be kind of nice. Country ranks if you're a kingdom, duchy, county, empire. What dynasty you're at, what your court language is. We're in Czechoslovak. It says court language, but it's actually court. I mean, it is language. I feel like it should show dialect because the court language in England is not French. Court language in England is Norman, which is like this should show Norman. Pet peeve. See how integrated your land is. Obviously, we are fully integrated, but if we have a look at, say, Milan, they start with a bunch of land that is just conquered rather than integrated. It goes from conquered, which is the worst. Then, if you have a look at Teutons, you can see that they have places that are integrated, which means they have used their cabinet action to integrate an area, but they can't get it all the way to core because the population is not friendly, or it's not, majority whatever culture there. So, Teutonic Order is Prussian. If they got Prussian to be 50%, then this would turn into a full core. This one gives you plus 5% max control, whereas a full core gives you 20%. So they are very, very important. I have been talking quite a bit. So yeah, integration is super, super important. Stability, I mean, Milan looking quite hot at whatever stability they're at, but this one very specific outlier. Is it 50% or just majority? I think it actually might be majority. Do cores also work with accepted cultures? Yes, it does work with accepted cultures. It's not just the primary. My apologies. Economy, you can see the tax base. This is basically the, if I'm going to conquer somewhere, where do I want to conquer? And holy shit, Bruges is just way higher than anywhere else in Europe. For whatever reason, Bruges is insane. What's going on with Bruges? 100,000 people here. They have a tax base of 58. What? How? What is going on here? I mean, I know they've got a lot of buildings, but damn. Crazy. Bohemian invasion of Bruges, fucking real. How developed you are. Is Bruges also very developed? At 34, it is. We're also at 34, though, so correct. 33 for Constantinople. Rome, 30. Sadness. 37 for Genoa. 36 for England. This is going to be London, sorry. I think this is going to be one of the map modes that people are going to like compete over in multiplayer. Prosperity is another good one. You can see what prosperity does by hovering over here. Migration traction, character life expectancy. Is there somewhere with good prosperity that can? Nowhere's got really, really good prosperity that I can see, so I can't really show it, unfortunately. But yeah, development gives you a bunch of bonuses that are there, and prosperity gives you a bunch of bonuses that are there. What else we got? How much provincial food there is, how productive they are for food. So many. The modifier for how much food this place is going to make, because I guess it's a farmland, is insane. How much control? This is a map mode that I will have on the bottom bar at all times because control is so incredibly important. You can see how fast it drops away. We have a road. Actually, why is this one good and this one isn't? Because I got a road here and I don't have one here. I'm curious. Minus 2.7. Actually, you've got really good. Is it because you're? I don't know why the distance is there. Probably because it's just a shorter distance from town to town, I imagine. I don't know. Either way. Control, very important. Proximity to capital, also very important. What? Why is the fastest way to get to here is to go north first? What is that? That seems very strange to me. That seems very, very strange to me. I don't understand that at all. Either way. Obviously, roadmap mode, we've seen that one already. Market map mode, we've seen that already. What language your markets are at. Madness. You can see all the different population things, how many nobles are in various places, clerics, burghers, laborers, soldiers, peasants, tradesmen, slaves. I don't have any of those. All of your things like what religion you are, what religion group, your cultures, languages, all of those things. Institution map mode. This used to be awful. This map mode was absolute garbage. But they have recently changed it. And it's actually kind of nice now. And you can hover over this and it'll give you... obviously you can't see it right now. But it'll actually do a proper map mode for you. Showing, yeah, where meritocracy is. It didn't used to do this. It was fantastic. What are the red arrows? That's migration. So all of the nobles from all of my country are migrating to Prague. Makes sense. Demographics, yeah, we've seen them. Diplomacy map mode, you've got diplomacy, opinion, great power, power projection. Antagonism is a hugely important one. War is, I think, something that I might want to try and remove from multiplayer. Because you can just click on any country and see actually, who starts with standing army. There. You can just hover or go onto him and see how many troops they have. Although, maybe it's actually not doing that anymore. Oh, there it is, yeah. I can see that they got 200 troops at the start of the game. I don't like knowing that information. I don't think that's information I should be able to see. But I can. I'm not sure I like that. These guys start the game at war. So I can see they go, yeah, I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't know. It's not good. Where your truths are, players, victory cards, don't care about victory cards. Tactical map will show you important things like where forts are and what terrain is in the location. So this is a +2 to attack. This one doesn't give anything plus to attack. This one I think is probably +3. Yeah, I don't think I've seen anything worse than +3. So that's a very, very useful map mode to have. Supply limits, and if you've got military access. For some reason, I've got military access through Bavaria. Don't know why that is. What diseases are around? Maritime presence, harbour suitability. You got harbour capacity, naval range, privateering, colonial map modes, and then your geography. So, different areas, the different regions. The maps keep going away. Subcontinent, the 3D map. Doesn't look very 3D, but I'm in a flat map mode, so that's probably why. All that kind of stuff. Dangers. The earthquakes. There's the volcano. That's it. First time catching you streaming, mostly following on YouTube. It feels a bit surreal seeing actual EU5 gameplay, Slavic Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, it feels surreal to actually be able to show off the game now. Any news on a dev clash? I mean, there's been hints of it. But we have no confirmed date when that is happening. Do we have fort zone of control? Yes. Yes, we do. Migration is bad because red? No, migration is fine. Migration is just something that happens. You're not really going to be able to stop it. I think we unpause again. That seems like a good idea. 157 ducats in the bank. I think we'll keep that around. They confirmed it'll be in 2026. That makes sense. But yeah, this guy... I'm going to try and kill him at some point. There's 100 Years' War starting. Because this is a situation that does not affect me, I'm not going to spend my time reading it. But everyone knows what the 100 Years' War is. France, England, going to fight for 100 years. Probably not for 100 years. They'll be going to war very, very soon. And either England will dumpster them in the very first war, or France will pull out a victory. I don't know. We'll see. Does the Hundred Years' War start with an event? They can avoid it. The AI can avoid. Well, depends if you got historical options on or not. But there's events between England and France, and then the Hundred Years' War will start after that. Migration isn't bad, says the Englishman living in Finland. I mean, that's a good point. That's a solid point right there. Speaking of, actually, I'm uncolonized right now. It's very sad. One thing actually I want to show you as well. This is cool. This is cool, right? Various places in the world have text. When you hover over the location, it'll give you a little bit of text about the history of that location. Some of them are, your obvious ones. Your obvious ones will have it. Constantinople, Stockholm, Rome. The obvious ones will have text. Sometimes the less obvious ones will have some text. And the reason that some of the less obvious ones, like the one for Stockton, will have text is because sometimes yours truly wrote this shit. I wrote this. This is me. I did that. Yeah, so basically the creators got asked if they wanted to add a bit of text for their home location about the history of it. So I was born like here. So no, it's cool. I don't know. I'm very happy. I'm very, very happy with that. Yeah, Sitges also has some text there as well, naturally. Read it out loud. I mean, I don't need to be told twice. Stockton, there we go. Stockton is an Anglo-Saxon settlement on the north bank of the River Tees and was poorly populated until the bishop freed the borough's serfs, which made it attractive for craftsmen to move into. It became an important market for exporting wool and importing wine, though it did not gain any significant population until the Industrial Revolution. It's beautiful. But I better have 2 pages per province, a bit of a reel. Anyway, we have some wily smugglers going on right now. Smuggling is an activity that even the most simple-minded can decide to pursue. The only difference between a clever smuggler and a bad one is the latter gets caught. The more worrisome ones are the ones with genuine talent for knowing whom to bribe and what lies to tell so they can evade capture. Unfortunately, as smuggling grows more profitable, the numbers of such men tend to swell. We have been on the trail of particularly wily band of smugglers recently, and the web of deceit they have managed to weave in order to maintain their operations continues to surprise us. Lose a bunch of money. No, not like this. What does this give me? -2.5 trade efficiency? I mean, what does recruited smugglers give? No one cares about that. Yeah, just lose some money at the start of the game for no reason. Very nice. We're also going to start gaining inflation because the amount of gold we make versus our total income is not in our favor. So that's not great. I don't think there's much of in the way that we can do to solve that issue other than, not build more gold mines. But at the same time, some nice profit. Yeah, we'll just build the gold mines. We'll just build the gold mines. It's fine. Don't worry about it. What I can do as well is if I turn on the building constructions, we can see what things are being built. Export all the gold. I mean, I'm trying. I need to build some more marketplaces for that, though, I think. Paradise has been very nice to all of us. We got so much info before the game came out. That's very true. Oh, look, a wave of obscurantism. A lot of the events that we've getting as well, it's like, oh, I remember this event from EU4, and then the options are completely different from what there are in EU4. Recently, researchers in our kingdom have published several works with radical theses that could prove destabilizing if widely disseminated. We could offer the easy path of obscurantism and suppress this knowledge, but is peace of mind really worth standing in the way of progress? I mean, 5 research progress at the start of the game seems like an absolutely fantastic idea, so, yeah. Are the Sami tribes on the map? Yes, they are societies of pops, though, so basically I have no idea how to interact with them. Where are they at? I mean, this is how you interact with them. I can improve opinion with them, profess my trust with them. I can declare war on the Sami. That's... I don't know what you would actually do there, though. They aren't playable yet? No, they're not. None of the SOPs are. Yeah, we're missing fine cloth, which is why I am building quite a lot of things in my capital, including many tailors' guilds. Organized religion has finished. Very nice. Did they keep the most famous sound from EU4 when a country declares war on you? There is a noise for that. It's not identical, though. Building and army-based countries are playable, yes. So you can, of course, play as the Golden Horde. Essentially, what it means is if you lose your entire army, your game's over and you explode. And then for the building-based countries, really the only one you're going to be playing is like Hanseatic League. I don't think I've seen anyone try and play Bardi or Peruzzi. And the daimyos aren't really there yet. I'm going to assume that we're going to get some like epic content for them later. Oh, bloody hell. So we're going to get some smallpox in Prague. Very nice. Having diseases at the start of the game is not fun at all. Blame the French. It's the French's fault. Bloody French. That's not good. Especially considering my hospital is not bloody built yet. Smallpox is like, other than the Black Death, obviously, smallpox is like the most deadly disease there is. I mean, okay, Great Pestilence is also there, but we're not going to get that. A second play for it, exactly. I mean, thankfully we have only lost 27 so far. As the urban borders of Prague grow, many of the prominent figures that serve as heads of the various districts of the city, such as Mala Strana, have come forth demanding the right to tax the citizens that live within their boundaries. This move would certainly transfer a lot of influence from the hands of our treasury to that of the nobility, and must therefore be examined with utmost caution. So I can give a privilege, district taxation, to the nobility. That's kind of nice. I don't mind that at all. $20 towards centralization, though. No, we'll go that one. Fine. Do pops get immunity from disease? Yeah, I mean, we've already lost... smallpox actually got to us and then left. We lost 27 dudes. But if I look at here... it is 0.38 present, and the resistance is now at 99%. So that's basically how you get rid of diseases, is you build up resistance to them. Did Prague get much resistance? I don't know actually how to check them when they're not present. Actually, I have no idea how to do that. No idea. I am not 100% like knowing everything yet about this game. Actually, there's a building that I really want to build. Can I not build a chancery yet? Oh, I was in the goods panel, the building panel. Chancery, this is what I want to build. If I build it in the capital, I get max literacy for nobles, burghers, and efficiency of cabinet. I would like to build one of these, but I guess I don't have the money. But you already have a chancery. You don't. Why can't I build a chancery then? Our superbly drilled army is in the... What army? We don't actually have an army. Is, in the opinion of our most influential generals, invincible. Any recent setbacks are down to the weather or the enemy using such unmanly things such as tactics. As far as our generals are concerned, there is no way to improve on perfection. So I can lose stability, or I can, for 10 years, have minus 20 morale. Bye-bye stability. That seems like a terrible idea to lose the morale there. Smallpox killed the 27 Sorbians in Prague. True, that's exactly what happened. What does centralization do? Well, I can have a look into my values. Centralization is extra crown power, proximity cost reduction, and I don't really care about counter-espionage. But then your max war exhaustion goes to 23, whereas decentralization, your max war exhaustion goes down to 17, but you can't do counter-espionage, but your estates are happier, your subjects are loyaler, basically. You demand wagon forts, but they're bad, they're bad. Staromestska Radnice. Nailed it. The administration of our domain is a complicated matter which demands the attention of detail of numerous capable chancellors and cabinet members. To facilitate the jurisprudent procedures and improve our capacity to manage the kingdom, many advisors from our cabinet have suggested the purchase of a large patrician house from a wealthy family and turning it into a meeting place for the discussion of politics and government actions between our advisors and members of the estates. So I can gain some satisfaction and progress towards decentralization. Or I can start building the Royal Court building, which, if in the capital, gives me crown power and efficiency of cabinet. It's a fantastic building. Usually costs 200. But for me, it would cost 152, and if I build it here, it would only be 148. It's costing more because of the fine cloth, though. If we had more fine cloth, it would be even cheaper. But also 10 points towards centralization, which is very nice indeed. We'll build that. For soldier recruitment, is it just men, or is it possible to set to both men and women? It doesn't discriminate. The game doesn't, model gender. Pop-wise, essentially, we are looking at this as the breakdown of pops. Nobles, clerics, burghers, laborers, soldiers, peasants, tribesmen, and slaves. They're not going to make it. Everyone is agender here. I have an influential preacher. Look, I don't know. The last time, or let's say the time in about 60 years, that Bohemia sent an influential preacher to the Papal State, it didn't end well for that influential preacher. Any events for a lad named Henry running around? I hope so. I would be so happy if we get to it and there is. That would be so amazing. But religious influence, and we lose our guy, or we gain some prestige. And we get Kutibor Ziman, who's kind of shit, actually. He'll make a fine bishop. Whatever. Who would that be? Who would Henry be? Henry is the protagonist of the game Kingdom Come Deliverance. Search for Skalitz on the map. Unfortunately, it's not here, right? Kutnahora, this is Kuttenberg, right? So Kutnahora is in. Skalitz would be like here, I think. It's either here or it's like in Benishov. Actually, I think it is about here. But yeah, no, it's too small. But yeah, in KCD2, the first place you were at, what's the fort called? Because there's two maps in KCD2. One of them has Kutnahora, and I believe the first one is like up here. Skalitz is like here. Alright, we have our first parliament. Let me first check, though. Do I have any extra government reforms available yet? No, I don't. Okay. Anyway, our parliament is called the Zemski Shnem. Trotsky. Yeah, Trotsky, that's the one. In eastern Malada Boleslav. Aha, yes, there we go. Look, I knew it was like north of Prague and then to the east a little bit. So, yeah. On the border with Turnov and around there. If I have it in one of the towns in my country, then we'll gain a little bit of lowered dissatisfaction, or like my people will be happier if it's there. But if I put it in Prague itself, then I gain centralization, which is just like a good idea. I want centralization. So we'll hold the parliament in Prague, and what do we want to do here? Ooh. I want Kladso to be a town. Where is Kladso? Where is Kladso? You have marble. You are a hill province with wood. So these two would not be good for a sit town. Marble, I don't mind making a marble into a town, though. That might be nice. Any laws we want gone is the issue, though. Yeah. Let's go with increased ties to neighbors. Basically, you got a bunch of different options that you can do. While they are active, you will gain some buff. If you pass, you will gain some buff. If you fail, you'll lose stability. Great one is expand gravel road network, because if you pass, you gain 10 towards centralization, which is fantastic. And while it's being debated, you can build roads for cheaper. So it's really, really good. Even if you're going to fail, this is still good. Promote urbanization will give you a free town if you pass, which is fantastic because upgrading to a town costs, right now for me, 391 gold. So, huge, huge savings. But I want to be higher than 50%, so what I'm going to do is, I guess, a little bit of diplomatic reputation. And I start my debate at 65% because we have the 55 from myself, and then 10% because of, I believe, my crown power. And now they're above 50, I can ask my my parliament for various things. I can ask them for extra taxes, and I can make a bit more money. I can get a CB on anyone I want. I can ask them for more levies, but what we're going to do is ask for a law change. And I think the ones that I like to change, we got distribution of power. Right now we got traditional distribution, which is crown power goes down, estates like it, we get more legitimacy and progress to decentralization. I wouldn't mind favoring the ruler or favoring the wealthy. Plutocracy is nice. Maximum tax for everyone, though, is also nice. And obviously, 20% crown power. It is between these two for me, I think. Are we under 25% currently? Yes, we're at 20. Which means change policy costs, my tax efficiency, my efficiency, diplo rep, so everything's going down. Upkeep costs for buildings as well is a huge, huge deal. Right now we're spending only 2 ducats, but we're at the start of the game, so things can and will change. I think I'm going to swap this one to favor the ruler. So we've gone from minus 10% to plus 20% on crown power. It's not fully implemented yet. We're still at only 10%. Needs to get through that thing, but that's gonna be good for us. Still waiting for more of these to be unlocked. Lessen levy obligations. Well, actually, support for traditional economy is perfectly fine. I like traditional economy, so we're gonna do that. Now I only need 2% more, or I could just get traditional economy again. Ask for another law change. And then here... what are we got in here? Feudal de jure laws. Speed of integration, I don't really care about that. Levy law, we've got peasant levies, which increases my peasant levy size, but makes my levies weaker. If I go to noble levy size, progress to quality, have more noble levies, which noble levies give better troops, and then my entire levy will do 25% more damage. So this is actually a huge increase in my power. So I'm going to swap to noble levies. Do I need it to reach 100% pass, or is it chance-based? So right now, this will fail. 100% of the time, this will fail. I need to get this over 50%. If I get 50.01%, it will pass. Every single time. 50% for auto-accept. Yes. Yes. It is not a percent chance. Which is good, because that is ass. If I was... I would take that. I much prefer this system. Yeah. This is not a percent chance to pass. This is the backing, the percentage of the estates that are backing the passage of whatever I've requested. I need more bloody cloth. This needs to finish. Actually, one thing we can do, now that the sergeantry is built, I'm going to build myself and a single horseman, because we're going to do a little bit of a cheeky thing. 50% of the time it will pass all the time. Technically, no, actually. 50.01% of the time it will pass all the time. 50% is a fail. 50.01% is a pass. I found that out the hard way, and I was very annoyed when I found that out. Anyway, we have an horseman. You go away. What we're going to do is put Johan the Blind on the horse. And now that Johan the... Well, it takes him some time to actually get to the army. But now he is on the horse. Bro's got himself a nice helmet. But if we have a look at our crown power... because he is in command of an army, we're getting plus 25%. Seems like a little bit OP. I think they said Poland has a mechanic where they need 100% pass. Yeah, that's the same. I'm sorry, VidCon, I can't understand that, but it looks like it's probably in Czech, so good stuff. Put him on a horse and just don't charge me into English longbowman and spearman. True. Kind of want to do that, though. Ooh, my grandson, I believe? Our ruler's son. Is that my ruler's only son? My son's only son is the question. Pause you. Pause. My son Charles has a daughter. And a son. He is going to be the heir to Bohemia then. So what I'm going to do with him is pop him on my outliner. Did he not go on my outliner? I've just put him on the outliner. Where is he gone? Oh, wait. Who's this kid? He's 3 years old. Oh, this is my son. Oh, I don't give a fuck about him. Anyway, agricultural stability. He's my second son. I don't care about him. I don't care about him at all. I care about my son's son. Our focus on traditional economics has quite literally borne fruit. This year we reap the benefits of tradition as our fields provide greater bounty than expected. While other nations focus on profitable export crops that are highly susceptible to the environment's change, our crops flourish and our people stay fed. No amount of gold can be worth more than the stability that good crop yield provides to the commoners. So some stability and more food. Very nice indeed. Okay, now he's in the outliner. We just needed to unpause. How does the Luxembourg Union work? So if we have a look at our union, only ourselves in Luxembourg in it at the moment. I can do some policies. So, for example, we need to probably go a certain amount of time before we can do it. Yeah. After 5 years, we can start the debate for Union Foundation. I can choose between trying to set up a who the central partner is, who the leading partner of the union is, or we can just do completely federalized. The final buff for federalized is like a 10% estate efficient. Sorry, not estate. Cabinet efficiency buff, which is kind of nice. This is the daughter. Oh, it is. Oh. I don't care about you. Go away. I have a son, for fuck's sake. Plans to fail the Parliament vote. Oh, we had no ability to pass it. We basically spent 7 stability on passing 2 law changes, which I feel is pretty good, considering law changes would cost me 99 stability. So, yeah. Children do gain stance, yes. So right now, obviously, my 17,000th son is 8, 15, 2. He's going to grow over time. See if he changes on the month tick, because that would be very, very appropriate. No, fucking useless. But yeah, he'll grow over time. The law changes do pass even though the vote failed. Yes. You assume there were riders to the bill and fail if the bill did. No, thankfully, no, because otherwise it'd be very hard to pass anything. He's just a disappointment. Toho Nikta Nebude Abi Cheski Kral Zaboya Utikal, nailed that, by the way, is a quote attributed to John de Luxembourg. It means something like this: "It'll never happen that a Czech king will flee from battle." At the end of the day, he's Francian, though. He said it in his last battle where he ordered his servants to tie him to a horse and went to battle, completely blind. So clearly he's very based. Look, Czech people and being blind in battle, it didn't work for King Johan, but it did work for Jan Žižka, so I don't know. Adopt local culture. I mean, I could, but it's 20 prestige, bro. That's all of my prestige. Do I care about any of those countries? Not really. Can we culture swap? We can. It is possible to change your primary culture. So, if the Silesian Germans were the is it plutocracy? If they have a plurality, if they have the most, then we could swap to them for 50 stability and 50 legitimacy. I'm not going to do that. Seems OP to get a free law change like that. Yes, it kind of is. It used to work differently. What it used to be is when you passed the Parliament doodad for ask for a law change, it essentially reduced the cost of changing a law by like 75%. So it would basically, instead of 100 stability to change a law, it would only be 25. That had its own issues, because basically you would change no laws, you would ask for law change, you would get yourself up to 100 stability, ask for a law change, and then you would change all of your laws all in one single go, and then you would never do it again. Can I swap to Francian right now? Well, currently my ruler is Francian, but I could adapt him to be Czech. Could I swap my country to Francian? We'd need pops of that to be able to swap. Anyway, Pilsner, true. The townsfolk of Pilsen, that's where I didn't know that. Pilsner, I didn't know that. That's cool. Are avid enjoyers of cold beer after a long day of work. So much so that many have taken to crafting their own brews at home. The invention of craft beer, SMH. With breweries becoming ever more present across both rural and urban environments. It seems that for every house in a city, there exists a different brew. Where there is a thirst to be quenched, there may also be coin to be made. As such, many prominent members of the burghers have come forth with a proposal to establish a steady production of beer so that locally produced beer can be known everywhere. So we gain an brewery, which is, an building. We gain some development, which is always nice, some prosperity, and the burghers gain a lot of satisfaction. Like, there is no reason not to do this, other than if you want stability and serfdom. But, of course, we want the brewery. I feel like this should all give you a beer workshop. Honestly, I would be totally happy with giving you like a later tier building for these kind of events. Yeah, but now we have I mean, we already had 2 tiers of brewery here, but now we're just getting a third one. But because there is wheat and lumber inside this province, we're getting a pretty nice production efficiency boost. You prefer cider? Me too. Our commoners are deeply upset at the news that their freedom of movement is to be further restricted. In fact, there have been massive revolts across our country because of it. Perhaps if they took the time to care for their personal hygiene, it would not be so revolting. That's unfortunate. Why are the peasants revolting? Do I not have free migration on? Oh, I don't have free migration on. You should be allowed to migrate, in my opinion. You, I think, are happy enough that I can add in something like trade capacity would be nice. We can make more money from trade. Oh, and he's still happy enough. So we'll add another one in. What do we want? Production efficiency and progress to capital economy, or more trade capacity. Magdeburg rights are huge. A set of privileges that were originally drafted during Flemish law, legal framework was spread around Central Europe via an influx of German immigrants, centered around cultivating the liberties of the individual citizens. These rights serve to guarantee and regulate the autonomy of the local administration. Yes. Scholars discovered ancient documents tracing the heritage of the Luxembourg dynasty back to Julius Caesar himself. Okay, if you say so. Flanders mentioned. Honestly, Flanders, Bruges, can I just ask what the fuck? Highest development of the game? Sorry, no, highest. They got fucked. They were at 58. I don't know why they were at 58, but they're no longer at 58. So now this tax base map is actually useful again. It doesn't feel that useful, actually. But this was the only green place. I don't know what was happening in Bruges. Right, do I have any extras here? When are we getting them? I know it's gonna come. There's like a bunch of new ones that appear at some point. Kind of don't want to get that. And yeah, we're at 0 minting, but we're still gaining inflation. What I could do is lower the taxes that I can take from the burghers to gain some minting. In this period, it was basically a hobby of major houses to create lineages to Julius Caesar or Alexander the Great, true. Purely for prestigious reasons. I hereby want to reserve the right to play in the Low Countries for the first campaign. Fine by me. And yeah, you can totally do the triangle trade. Totally possible. The French have landed in Wales. Taking on most of Aquitaine. You losing your war? Well, they're technically winning. Where's the inflation coming from? This, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. So much frickin' gold. Yeah. The amount of gold produced versus the base value for every country and... Yeah. It's some kind of calculation between the amount of gold you produce versus the amount of, like, total income you have, I think. Can you do anything with coal? Yeah. I know. Okay, so a cool thing you can do. Coal. Let's have a look and see what coal is used for. Coal is used for the bog iron smelter, weaponsmith, rural smelter. I don't need to read all these out. It's used in all of these buildings, and 3 of them we have the ability to build right now. The rural smelter, absolutely fantastic building, can increase your output of other goods. So, yes, coal is useful from the very start of the game. I think it is also, yeah, it's also a pop need. Currently it isn't, but it should be. That seems better than silver. Well, silver is used for Jewelers Guild. Actually, we built the Jewelers Guild, didn't we? What production method are you currently using? You're using silver. Okay, silver, 0.25 silver turns into half a jewelry, which is a better return on investment than the gold. If we manage to get ourselves some pearls, which there are some pearls right here, then this might be a better option for our enhancement. In time, many of the everyday occurrences in the life of King Yehan and his predecessors have become the subject of ceremony. Being able to attend the bedroom of the king as he dresses, for instance, is considered by many to be the best way to gain his ear. An elaborate court life will certainly limit the power of the nobility to plot against us in their countryside properties, but it could also be proved to be quite expensive. Entirely denying them the right to be a part of his daily life of our king, on the other hand, would limit their influence, but the nobles would likely resent it. Do I want elaborate court life, cultural influence, but the cost of court goes up? Or the nobles just lose satisfaction? I mean, I like cultural influence. That's just giving them an extra privilege. How do the people who play at MPs not consistently panic? Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you, right? I'm not wearing it right now because I've just come out of the shower and I forgot to put it back on again. But I have a smartwatch that tells me what my heart rate is, and there are multiple times when I have been playing multiplayer where my watch has gone beep 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 beep. By the way, your fucking heart rate's massive. You should probably calm the fuck down. It didn't say that, but it has done that. But yeah, interacting between sessions is very useful as well. Anyway, the Age of Renaissance has just fired, and I have actually got no idea which one to go with for Bohemia. So, let's have a look. Thirst for knowledge is always good for the literacy. Empiricism for legislative efficiency is very good as well. Expected cost of court, nice. Bank interest, mercenaries. Prox cost is huge. Unlocking religious war could be very useful considering what might come in the future. Diplomatic focus. What do we got here? More diplomats. Unlocking the March subject type could be useful for certain countries. Fabricate claims faster, it's useless. Market attractions, fine. Maritime, we're not using maritime anything. What's got cost in there? Military focus, tolerance of heretics and heathens, prestige, army tradition, cav power, levy combat efficiency plus 10% is kind of nice actually. Non-culture levy size. That's pops of only discriminated cultures, so I don't actually have any of those. I like everyone. Levy size plus 10% is also kind of nice though. Naval damage done. Army disembark speed. For me, it's between military and administrative. Melee's mid unless you want cav. Okay, I'm just gonna disagree with you on a couple of things. Firstly, prestige from land battles, you get barely any. Doubling it might be useful. Levy combat efficiency is massive in the early game. And then levy size, massive in the early game. Those three are just really good. But literacy, legislative efficiency, expected cost of court. Don't really care about bank interest. Proximity cost, like I'd say there's 4 really good things in admin. There's 2. Yeah, there's like 2 really good things in mill. Admin is something for inflation? No, unfortunately that's just bank interest. So when I'm taking a loan, I will pay less in interest. But also, yeah, I have Deus Volt. Deus Volt wins. Deus Volt wins. What's the plan in general? Become Holy Roman Emperor and make everyone Hussite. So basically what that means is we need to finish researching institution growth, and then we can get scholarly treaties and start working our way down the new tree in here. So what we want is not caring about that. Max RGO size is nice. Max literacy for the clergy and the burghers is nice. Inquisition law. That's quite nice. Papal control. Although, this is only for Catholics, so we need to be careful that we never take anything like that. There's our religious war. Expected cost of court is only for Catholics as well. Legislative efficiency is so far down, but it's so good. This, though, 20% army initiative is absolutely massive. Some extra morale in there as well. Loyalty of subjects is fantastic. I think we beeline for army initiative. Then we come back and get literacy is already good as well. Go down to Deus Volt. RGO size, never gonna get that. Proximity cost is huge. Proximity cost is huge. Okay, cancel. This is another one of my pet peeves. I have no way of adding something to the top of the list. It's just not a thing that's possible. So what you need to do is just go back and then cancel everything, then go back in and choose things again. Because in my opinion, proximity cost is worth more than the army thing right now. I think the army thing can probably wait anyway. But that and that. Prestige in there as well was so nice. Be so nice. Yeah, do something like that. And then we can ignore it for a while. Yay! Also, Bohemia specific text. Not underneath basic Renaissance, but I think the only one we have in this era is here, the urbanization decrees. Pop promotions. Wait, yeah. Pop promotion speed and production efficiency. And actually, the Wagenburg should be around here somewhere as well. There, yeah, Wagenburg. Which is, it's just a good auxiliary unit, but auxiliary units are all shit. So I'm only gonna waste my research on it because I will be torn to shreds. Oh, actually here as well. Bohemian Imperial standing Diplo rep and Diplo capacity is also very nice. Yeah, the only reason I'm gonna get that is because people will go mad if I don't. What I'm also going to do, this has beeswax, but it is a flatland and it's a farmland. Farmland gives population capacity of 100%. Sorry, 100,000. Then obviously flatland's pretty good for it as well. And it's continental as well, so the population capacity here is insane. The trade good isn't really affected by it being a city. I don't really mind that much. So we're going to turn that into a town and then eventually turn that into a city as well. If I look at the vegetation map, I think farmlands should always just be turned into towns. Just always, because they're very good. And we don't have any more, it's only the 4 of them. Anywhere that's near Prague that has not a food good. That's any fish is a terrible food good. And turn you into a town as well. Actually, the fish is like expensive. The demand for fish is higher than the than what we've got, but I suppose we are very inland, so that makes sense. Anyway, 3 extra towns is probably a good idea. You get fish from rivers? Yes. I mean, if we have a look at my raw materials, there's a few fish around. I wish it was possible to, like, I know it's highlighting it, but I want to be able to just choose fish. There we go. That's all of the fish. Obviously, they're mostly on the coast, but there's some inland as well. Are there any advances specifically only for the HRE Emperor? I don't think so. Is rural better than town for food production? Yes, by a lot. It's clear to us that Zbigniew has proven to be an excellent appointment in our cabinet, doing valuable work for the kingdom. So for 5 years, I can get efficiency in cabinet. That seems good. Yeah, I can show you. So, rural gets food production plus 10%, max RGO size of 100%. And town gets minus 20 food production. Nothing there about the size of the RGO, though, other than the fact that it doesn't get plus 100%. So it halves the size of the max RGO. And then a city is even worse for that. They get minus 33% local food production. So, yeah, rough. Why are the two unvassalized taxing my borders? I have no idea, but this guy rivaled me, so I'm gonna murder him. Luxembourg proposed Bohemian Luxembourgian Union Foundation law doodad thing. So they want to vote on this. They are currently voting for what? They want to establish seniority. I would become the senior partner, though. I don't really want to be. I want federal status, actually. Reason I want federal status, by the way, is because can I even see it if I'm not there yet? No, actually, federal union there. Sorry, that's stupid. Yeah, there's 10% efficiency of cabinet, and I don't plan on ever integrating Luxembourg from the whole side over there. Sorry, I got a little obsessed with like going through the tooltips for no reason. It's just funny. Anyway, I'm of the opinion as well that we need a fort in like Husinek. It's a hill, it's a forest, so that's a -2. And it would prevent people marching up here. Yeah. This protects Prague quite nicely. So I'm going to build a castle. Seems like a really good idea. Want the king change when I go Hussite? So, yeah. There's also spoilers that there is going to be an event later in the game where not my uncle, I believe it's actually my brother. No, it's not. It might be Jan Jindrik becomes the ruler of Luxembourg. And so it's, yeah. So the union just breaks anyway. Institution appeared in Milano, the Renaissance. And we have institution growth on the same frickin' day. Is that not beautiful? So now this is going to start growing a little bit faster than me. Any Henry Easter eggs? Not yet. He's not born yet. Yeah. Very nice, very nice. A commoners insurgents? Why? You just go stand over there. What bonuses Renaissance given Milan? That's a good thing to check. Oh, they have maintained waterways as well. Birthplace of the Renaissance gives cultural influence 0.5 monthly. That's super good, actually. That's really, really good. Considering if I look at my culture, I'm gaining 0.22. So actually, no, I'm not getting 0.22. I'm getting 0.03 because it's decaying by 0.19 at the same time. So gaining that much culture is like yeah, I gained 0.03 there. Actually wild. Actually so crazy. We currently don't have any artists. You know what we can do? Are there any artists that I can invite? Ha ha ha! Fuck you, Milan! Fuck you! Give me... For 200 gold, do I want to steal Pecorari? Actually, is there a... Damn, there's no Florentine guys yet. Francesco Petrarch, is that a historical fella? This rings a bell. This guy rings a bell. Yes? Fair enough. I can't afford him though. He's mad expensive. But we can steal this fella. He is an adept. What is your vibe? What do you do? No idea what you do. You've made nothing though. This guy made the Tower of the Church of San Gottardo. And the Terrazzo in Cremona. Are they all the same price here? They are. I mean, clearly we get the youngest guy. So now we have an single artist. Free to hire. Yeah, I am hiring him. Make stuff. The whole... You can make a cathedral for me if you like. That works. Petrarca was a historical writer. Cool. Originally constructed in the 10th century, the Cathedral of St. Vitus is a standing and beautiful symbol of our strength and faith. However, as the splendor of Prague grows, so must our monuments to the divine. Architectural plans have been drafted, workers are to be hired should we decide to go forward with this large undertaking. And then we get a bunch of historical text as well, which is harder to read, so I'm going to move in a bit. The cathedral was initially founded in 930 by Wenceslas I, Duke of Bohemia, as an early Romanesque rotunda. Over time, due to the increasing Christian community and the desire for a large church, a grander Romanesque basilica was constructed in 1060 by Prince Spytinev, incorporating the southern apse of the original rotunda. The cathedral is designed drew inspiration from Romanesque architecture in the Holy Roman Empire, particularly from the Hildesheim Abbey Church and the Speyer Cathedral. The Gothic version of the cathedral started to be constructed in 1344. I guess we're just drafting plans then. When Prague became an archbishopric, but the Hussite Wars in the 14th century caused... I don't care, we haven't got there yet. Caused construction to stop. Several attempts to continue the construction were made through the centuries, but it wasn't until 1844 when serious work on it started again, and the cathedral wasn't finished until 1929. That's crazy, though. We lose a lot of money. We're not even going to get, like, a sexy cathedral? Is that because we already have a cathedral? We do already have a cathedral. But half a development is actually kind of nice. Sure. Is there any way that I can bring my eco up? I could do that to not take a loan. But this is a terrible idea. So we're just going to take the loan. We don't know anything about Hussites. I mean, look. No idea what you're talking about. Are you talking about people from Husinek? Is that a Hussite? That's clearly just that's what a Hussite is, right? Do loans give inflation? No, they do not. However, loans do something much worse. Maybe it needs a monthly tick. Anyway, banking has also appeared in Genoa, and that one gives monthly prosperity of 1%. Actually vile, such a good buff. Yeah, no, what was I saying is we're now paying interest. I mean, loans are huge. Like, this is 10% interest. A 10% interest loan in EU4 is like, kill me now. But they're worse here because every loan lowers your crown power, which is... Wait, Jan Hus was born in Husinek? Very based. Wait, Prague doesn't have flavor text? And Stockton does? Stockton, clearly a more important location on the map than Prague. Big up Stockton bros. All 5 of you. Can't wait until you get Hordkus and Anbana too. Oh my god, it's going to be absolutely crippling. But yeah, obviously we're going to be trying to pay this off ASAP. We're making like a really decent amount of money anyway. Prague market is losing food. Why for? Hopefully that goes back up when it is summertime. Kradico was losing the most food there. It is going back up now. Leipzig Bay. Oh, I think I know why. You fuckers are at war, so you've raised your levies. Because you've raised your levies within Prague, it lowers the amount of food in Prague because when the levies are raised, they instantly... Say if I raise 24,000 troops, firstly, they're going to be producing less food, but also those 20,000 troops get supplied with food from the market that they're in, which obviously reduces the food in the market by about 2,000. So then I have to build up this food situation again. Last year was seen as a fine harvest. Yeah, I wish. An excellent environment for traders and entrepreneurs. Proven a blessing for our tax base, generating higher revenue. So I want stability. Do I want a lot of money or research progress? Research progress is... although it's like 4 months of research progress. Or it's 10 months of money. Or it's a significant amount of months of stability. We'll go stability. I'm not worried about money right now. Money, we are absolutely being chillin'. Oh, I have 3 people voting for me, and then I am going to be the next emperor. I've got 4 votes. Saxe-Wittenberg, we've got Palatinate of the Rhine, Brandenburg. You have the EU4 mindset of early money. I mean, it's not a bad mindset to have. But if you think about it, I am going to be building buildings. But then I have to wait for those buildings to be staffed, right? If I look at my RGO's missing employees, one of my upgrades of Benesov is completely useless and doing nothing because I need another 1,200 people to actually start working there. And then building-wise... Kutnahora is missing 500 laborers for the masonry. Is it in EU5 where you can see the Ottomans blobbing? Brother Matt, what is... What? What the fuck? don't even want to look over there. I don't even look over there. Just... Anyway, we're now maintaining federal status. Because they voted, by the way, for the other version, they voted for establishing seniority, every single one of the Luxembourgish estates are now losing 15% satisfaction. Probably should have just voted with us, clearly. I can also intervene against Bulgaria. Oh, wait, no, they just ended their war. They at war with, it looks like maybe Wallachia? Yeah, I think they were at war with Wallachia and they took 3 locations. I'm also maxed out on diplomats, so... you know, Brandenburg will improve relations with you. Milan, you know what? I like Milan, and I like Genoa. People said the AI was too passive. Now Ottomans are taking over Constantinople in 1343. No, this isn't this isn't Ottomans. This is just colored weirdly. The reason they're called Byzantion, by the way, is because for some reason they thought it was a good idea to name the province Byzantion, which makes no frickin' sense. It should be called Thrace. I don't know. I'll rage about that until I'm hoarse of breath, though. Why not improve with all the electors? Some of them are just never going to vote for me, so I don't really care about those. Wait, now you want to... Why are you voting for this again? What, you weren't happy at federalization, so you're like, no, I demand a recount. No. War in Eastern Europe, where's the Dragon Order? Where's the Dragon Order? I'll tell you as soon as he is my king. I can actually just show you now, actually. Not you. Is there anyone that I can do it with? For some reason it's not here. I'm not sure why. But what I could do... Can I even do it? Can I do it on myself? Oh! Hail to the king! Anyway, we are now... the emperor. I was like, shit just changed. Why did shit just change? Oh, it's because I am the emperor. We have ascended to the throne of the Holy Roman Empire. With our coronation, we've also become into possession of the Imperial regalia, which will be a sign of our legitimate rulership. So I get the coronation evangelia. I get the St. Stephen's purse. I get the Imperial orb. And I get the Imperial crown. Cool. I have become the Emperor, which means I'm also able to lead the Ghibellines to glory, and which is something I'm absolutely going to do. The Guelphs versus Ghibellines situation is something I want to get involved with, and essentially what I can do now is start building a spy network on, let's say, Ferrara as a good start. When I am able to create a casus belli on them, I will be able to force them into my faction. And the plan is going to be to try and... this is the page I want. Try and make Ghibelline progress go to 100%, faster than the Guelph's progress gets to 100%, so that I can force all of these guys, not including Pope or Naples, to remain a part of the Holy Roman Empire. That's the plan. Now I am only gaining 0.14 diplomats a month, so yeah. Can I be a Hussite German Emperor? I have no idea, but it'd be interesting to find out. That also makes me a GP, which means my cost of court has just gone way the fuck. Oh, 9%! Why is it 9%? Oh, is it higher based on what rank you are? Oh, no. Oh, I can't afford that. That's... Oh, no. That's so expensive, though. Oh, shite. Anyway, repay the loan. Suffering from success is so true, though. Because it's like, I can just see it in multiplayer. It's like, oh, yay, I'm a GP. I'm this hegemon. I'm going to build boats just so I can become the naval hegemon. You do that. It's like, I can't afford this because these boats are bloody expensive. And I now have to pay more for my court. So, yeah. Anyway, Brandenburg's getting fucked up by Meissen, which is kind of funny. Oh, yeah. I have new actions that I can perform as I am the Emperor. I can demand unlawful territory for 51 different motherfuckers. Rescind some free city status. Grant county privileges. This is stuff like, I can make you a duchy instead of a county. Sorry, Austria, you can go fuck yourself. But if I do it, it costs me money. I don't really want to do that because they will instead ask me to do it for them, and I will gain money. Seems just a much better option. Oh, do I have a diplo-vassalization available? Where is this in here somewhere? No, I didn't. Let's say this. I mean, should I try and improve relations with Swidnica? Try and vassalize him? I mean, it just seems so far away. Like, that's crazy, crazy far away. Being a member of the Holy Roman Empire means that they just don't want to. I can invite 4 dudes to the Holy Roman Empire, though. I mean... yeah? That seems like a really good use of my shit. Is there a threat and war option? There is, but you need to have a claim. At least I thought it was in here. Yeah, hostile action there. I need to have a CB to threaten with. Which, if I got a, you know, a vassalized CB, maybe that would be something I could do. Can I change the config on IOs now to name... Sure, sure. I'm going to be turning it back, obviously, because it'd be absolutely crazy to leave this on. Okay, oh, it's so bad. It's so bad, though. Excuse me? I didn't know the Teutonic Order were here. Do I have a CB from the Italian Wars? It's not the Italian Wars, it's Guelphs versus Ghibellines, but no, I don't. I need to fabricate one. Also, we're turning this shit back off because it's awful. This is here for a meme. This was literally just added so that they could have a map where it showed all of this. Teutonic Summer Villa. True, actually. Speaking of summer, I wish it was summer so that my guys wouldn't lose. Every month, somebody must die. But the army being there is helping at 0.69. Actually, 0.69 and 0.38. Differing opinions and interest over religious and secular matters between our government and the clergy have spilled over and become a significant source of conflict in our kingdom. Clergy now making demands for changes in policy, stating they will be withdrawing their support for the Holy Roman Emperor Johann the Blind to Luxembourg. How wooed. I kind of don't want my clergy to be unhappy, so I'll take the prestige shit. You know what? Another thing we can do, check out the Holy Roman Empire panel now. Oh, stay in line, bitches. You stay the fucking line. Absolutely gorgeous. But that is like 152 princes is actually mad. 40 prelates, a primus Germanae, 25 Imperial. Like, it's crazy compared to EU4. Absolutely crazy. But anyway, we have some Imperial laws. Golden Bull, I think this one we need to wait until 54. I also need to wait until my Imperial authority grows. We're at 33, growing at 0.21. Locations owned by non-HRE members in Germany. Poland, you fuck. Flanders, you fuck. France in general, let's be honest. Ferrara, you're apparently not a part of the HRE, buddy. You want to change that? Should we instead try and invite him to the HRE? Am I already in my never reading generic events phase, or only doing it for the stream? I do read them when I'm playing. It is hard to justify spending a ton of time on the reading out all of the events, though, because then we'll just never make any progress. But also, if I've read an event before and I remember it, which is rare because I've got terrible memory, I generally won't read something more than once. We have now got the scholarly treatises. Very nice. And I can stop spying. Just get our diplomats back. Exploit the HRE as much as possible and then let it burn. True. Another thing you can do with this as well is the Imperial Diet. I believe you have to get the Golden Bull first. Maybe? But then you've basically got the same as your own parliament. You can just do it here as well. Very fun. Castles almost... It takes less time to make a town than it does to make a castle. It's crazy. But yeah, my eco has been slashed by like 13 ducats because of becoming emperor. But gravel roads are a little bit cheaper, which is nice. 10% tax efficiency is also really good. But lowering the max tax of the burghers is bad, so I don't know. Let's give them some urban development grants, which makes the nobles a little bit unhappy, but whatever. Anything I want to give to the nobles to make up for it? Not particularly. Maybe noble patronage of the arts. We'll also check again, is there an reform that we can do? There is actually, yeah. This is what I was waiting on. I don't know what caused this to appear only now, but I was waiting on plutocratic ethos for legislative efficiency, parliament-based support, and progress to plutocracy. I don't know why this has only just appeared. Because there's nothing in here that says, like, why it only appeared now. Age of Renaissance? You know what? You're entirely correct. You're entirely 100% correct. There's some really good shit in here. Royal Decree for Crown Power Centralization. Privy Council for Tax Efficiency. But yeah, we're going to go plutocratic ethos. And honestly, I could totally see myself spending 20 stability to swap this one out. Can I build forts? Yes, we've just built one in Husinek. But right now the maximum garrison is 4. And that is because I do not have the soldiers available in the location to man the garrison, essentially. There are only 47 soldiers, but there are a bunch being promoted. Any Sorbians we can put in the fort? I don't know, maybe? And we're maintaining federal status again. Can I try and pass a resolution so that you don't? Like, why can't I just vote for this again? He's gonna vote for that again instantly, isn't he? Maybe in 3 years we'll be able to do it. Luxem bottom is true. It's so true, though. He's such a sub. That is not incorrect. Not incorrect. Let's build a road there. And we can do our own Schnemm. And obviously we're doing it in our capital. I can do Noble Cabinet to increase Znebedev. Not you, him. Zbigniew. Nailed it. Increase his stats by 5 each. But we get progress to aristocracy, which I don't like. Fund farming estates. It'll be cheaper to expand my farms. I kind of like that, and I've got enough money to do it as well. So yeah, I'm going to do that one. But we're probably going to fail it. Support for land is fine. What is the privilege you want? Expansion zealotry is also fine. Yeah, I think we can pass this. I'm going to ask for an claim. Who are you allied with? You're allied with Magdeburg and Gera. Gera's here, Magdeburg is up here somewhere. And then Schwidnica is allied with Ansbach. I think we go with Jawar because they're, like, uglier on the map. Alright, and we can immediately declare war upon you. I don't really care that you've got friends. Parliament approved CB, making it 25% more expensive than baseline. Not that it matters. And then rise up my my legions. I mean, I could technically raise up 24,000 of my own. But why would I bother when my bro's just doing the job for me? Free City of Constance begs for our help. We received an envoy this morning from the Free City of Constance detailing the city council's utter failure to satiate the needs of their working classes. The messenger spoke of fires smouldering and raging in the streets of Constance as a metaphor for the discontent that the free imperial city struggles with, and claims that if nothing is done, then the city's peasants will soon raise their pitchforks in rebellion. They humbly plead for soldiers and gold, so they may be able to bring swift justice to the discontent citizens. Lose manpower and money, but I gain imperial authority. That seems like a great purchase. What is my imperial authority right now? 3992. Yes, that was a good idea. Jan Hus was burned there? Fuck! So yeah, if we have a look at my war thingamabob, I have 50 dudes. We have 13,204 raised by my vassals versus the 5,000 of my enemy. I'd say we're fine. I want this, and then I'm going to vassalize the rest of it. I'm going to fiefdom. Why not? He'll already accept that. I'll also take your money. And you'll also give me war reps. Trust me, you will. Ooh, Magdeburg has an army. Bro's got hands. Bytom, whoever the fuck they are, is going to offer me 17 gold to become a Landgraviate, which is one of the government reforms, giving diplomatic capacity and noble blah blah. It's just good. Yeah, I will accept. You may become and one of those. All right, now -4 reasons. You would like to become a Landgraviate? Accept. Imagine writing to an emperor for 24 men. Sounds like Kingdom Come 3. Imagine if we get to go to Prague for Kingdom Come 3. That would be so cool. Wait a minute. Moravia is my vassal, right? But Moravia is ruled by my son and heir, who has raised his levy in this war, has marched upon the enemy, and has just gained movement speed because he won a battle. So fucking based. And what I will say as well, because he now has a general ruler trait, or a general trait, when he becomes the ruler, he will get progress towards land for having a general trait. I don't know if it is there at all, but he will get it. He will. Trust. He is in fact Anchad, that's true. You want to be a Landgraviate? Fine by me. You want to be a Landgraviate? Fine by me. I don't know why I would ever say no. But yes, give me money. I'm happy with... I like money. Money is great. Oh, Golden Bull can be started. So, we want to seal the Golden Bull. Right? If we seal it, it forbids unjustified wars against other members. It increases the Imperial authority growth. It enables you to leave the Holy Roman Empire at peace. Okay. Uncodified just allows you to self-vote. Well, I was going to do that anyway. But yeah, we should probably start to seal the Golden Bull. Self-voting is regulated by the Imperial voting law, which starts with a free electorate. Okay, well, we'll start that. And it looks like everyone is going to vote for it, which is fine. I don't think you can annex Landgraviates. Okay. Are we an elector? Yes. Seal the Golden Bull sounds like one of Hercules' 12 jobs. Totally could be. I mean, I wasn't planning on diplo-annexing this guy anyway. Our aristocrats are becoming reluctant to serve in our army since we're focusing on defensive tactics. They're concerned about the lack of opportunities for glory. I mean... Let me just throw money at the nobles, that's fine, whatever. Anyway, before you manage to separate peace this guy... Oh, damn it. 10,000, yes! Kill the Magdeburgians. I want this to be occupied, and then we can separate peace him. We didn't manage to fund farm estates. Fuck, I forgot to do that. My bad. Discount France. Right, now you're fully occupied. Now we can war rep, money, humiliate, 5 prestige. I could make him a vassal, but nah. This guy doesn't have a fort. So I can piece him out starting in November, or I could just ignore him, depending on how much money you have. That's just peace. Let's just real peace out. So I'm going to get war reps from him, even though he's going to become my vassal. I'm going to humiliate him, become a fiefdom. I want this location. Sounds good to me. There we go. New vassal. Now you, instead of stabilizing my country, I wish for you to integrate Upper Lusatia. You only need to do one location, so it shouldn't take too terribly long. 4 years. Why would I annex my future vassal swarm? True. But yeah, this was just to make the map look cleaner. Brother man. Guh. I was, oh, shit, England won. And they gained this in their war. Honestly, not what I would have taken. Whenever I play as England, if you can separate peace with subjects that are disloyal. So this guy has... Let's see what his loyalty is to his overlord. Loyalty of France is 100. Okay. If his loyalty was below 50, then England could separate peace with Normandy to full annex him. And what you can do in the very first whole 100 Years' War is take every spot of land between Artois and Aquitaine, including all of Brittany, all of Normandy, Anjou, Maine, all of this, technically. You can take it in the first war, which is insanity. And you probably shouldn't either, because you'll get like a antagonism of a gajillion, but it's possible. Can I build a royal garden for plus 0.2 monthly diplomats? Sounds like a fantastic idea. And I would also be liking... Why can't I build a chancery? Why not? Not enough fine cloth in the Prague market. Alright, well, fucking... Why aren't you fine clothing out the waz? There, go up to 8. What I need is to find a town that has wool in it. Or wool into cloth into fine cloth. Which is here, but there's no town. Any other wool that I have? I have wool in Praken. But these are not towns. Pisek could be a town. Pisek could be a town. I'm going to make Pisek into a town. Envoy from Ravensburg. You want 24 men for some Imperial authority? Sounds fine to me. Speaking of, have we finished voting? Not yet. Everyone's on board, though. But yeah, Pisek, we're going to turn into a town as soon as we have the 436 ducats needed. It would be cheaper if we improve the amount of masonry and lumber we had. That seems doable. Do I have any masons anywhere? Let's just do that. Masons are using... Oh, wait a second. Masons use either clay or stone. So anywhere that has clay or stone in them, building a mason there is not a bad idea. There you go. You can just have four of those. The rise of Valdemar in Brandenburg. An ambassador from Brandenburg has arrived in our court to request our support in a dynastic conflict. The former ruler of Brandenburg, Valdemar Ascania, has returned from a long pilgrimage to the Holy Land and now reclaims the Brandenburgian throne for himself once more. Elector Stefan von Wittelsbach finds little support from his subjects and has expressed his willingness to negotiate with us in exchange for our support against the pretender. Do I want money? Or do I just help? Ascania will be banished from Brandenburg. Help the von Wittelsbachs for their political favor. I mean... There's actually no ability to help the Ascanias. I like money. Money is good. Free city of Zurich is struggling with a landowning nobility that dislikes Zurich's status as a free imperial city. The country asks for our help to rebuke the nobility and make them accept Burgermeister Rudolf Brun's secular leadership, free from royal titles and privileges. I don't want to lose imperial authority, so yeah, okay. Surprised no one's asking to be a Margrave yet. Alright, ooh, yes. I will ally with Milan, because then they will spread 50% of embraced institutions towards me. Absolutely zesty. Fantastic. Also, they've guys have united, that's cool. I was about to see, was there anything I could do to, like... Usually what I try and do is... offer military access? Or is it offering fleet basing rights? Obviously I can't do that. But that'll spread 10%. So, that's nice. Does trade spread institution? Yes. That is the best way of doing it. So probably... You know what? Let's try do some manual trading. Let us cancel the Prague to Bruges trade route. And what we're gonna do is... anything? Oh yeah, Prague to Genoa. That's not what I want. What I want is Genoa to Prague. So, fuck the imports. Exports to profit. Wait, no. This is what I wanted. Imports for profit. Yeah, Genoa to Prague. Silks. That's what we needed anyway. There we go. So now, Prague to Genoa is going to spread Genoa's institutions into me. It's not going to make me a ton of money, but it'll make me some. And, they can have the rest of the trade power to do what they want with. Why is there a exclave here? Why is that? You are a vassal of the Duchy of Wroclaw. I imagine... where can you see the market access? It'd be in here. Isn't there a market access one? Where's market access? Should be on here, right? Open the market. Countries. I know there's a market access thing. Why can't I see it? Is it in proximity? Actually, if we just click on it, we can see that it's part of here. There, it's got a 39% attraction towards Krakow because market access 75, then plus 14% here because of the language. Okay, they might have the same language as Poland then. Whereas with me, they do not have the market language. They have 10% less from that. That'll be it. War with Poland. Yes, make him go into my market. What I can do though is economically offer him presents, but he doesn't want to. But I could have done that. Actually, see if there's anyone else we can do. We can offer market access preference to Moravia. Not sure why I'd need to do that. Moravia's already in my market. And also mines, for whatever reason. Okay. Let's see. Friendly actions. Invite to Holy Roman Empire. You. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome to the Holy Roman Empire. Yes, yes. So if I look at the Holy Roman Empire, these guys should all be joining? Question mark. Why do not you want to join? Anyway, we have sealed the Golden Bull, which means, I believe, I can pass an electoral law sometime. What does the Golden Bull do? Essentially, this gives me a little bit more imperial authority, and it forbids the electors, or sorry, it forbids anyone within the empire from declaring no CB wars on others in the empire. I think maybe I have to get this imperial authority up before I can do any of these, right? No valid policies available. How do I make a valid policy available? I don't know. I also can't do the diet. Maybe I have to wait 59 months and then I can do a law? Maybe. This is one of the first times that I'm playing in the HRE properly, so don't know. We're learning. We're also learning. Also, I don't know why the music stopped. It's very sad. And there's no music player either, which is also sad. Though I did look in the files earlier and see something related to a music player, so I believe it is something that will come in time. My emperor's reputation has been tarnished. Some sort of propaganda text is circulating in the court about how I'm a ruthless warmonger. It's true, though. My impact on relations. So I can gain antagonism or lose stability. I'm going to lose stability because I do not want to gain antagonism. It's kind of something I definitely... Look at all that. Look at that beautiful amount of no antagonism whatsoever. You know what, Poland, you love me, don't you? Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Can I have this back? Holy shit, bro just accepted. Let's go. And does he hate me because of it? Wait, he has no opinion. Bro has no negative opinion from me demanding land. Glory for the de Luxembourg indeed. Scholars have discovered ancient documents tracing me to Julius Caesar. Still, again, we did that again. We already had that event. I mean, I'll take more Jesus, not Jesus, Julius Caesar. That's even better, you know. No, fantastic. Ain't no way. The Milano as we hired are just forging lines to Caesar. True. It's the only thing they know how to do. I mean, I feel like I just keep doing this, right? I keep just asking them to give back all of the land. Do I improve Wait, I was about to say, do I improve relations with France? But this isn't France, this is the French nobles. Are you at war with them? You are, okay. Could improve relations with France, so maybe he'd be more likely to accept. But, like, yo, Poland, like, bro. Ah! That's crazy. That's crazy that I'm just allowed to ask him for land. Oh, estate satisfaction equilibrium is available. Nice. We didn't get involved in that at all because I don't know why not though. We should have. Go back to religion. Yeah, I don't know why I couldn't vote because I do have a cardinal. I don't know. Yo, actually, Poland. Now, come to think of it though, can I have actually give me a month tick? Give me one whole month tick, and we will be asking for some more land again. Because, like, at the end of the day, why not? Can we somehow get Poland into the HRE? I believe it's possible. Yeah. But first, Stolp. Back to Wolgast. Disturbing news has reached us from Mavliberda, as we recently received a following report from there. Alas! Our ships enter the port, but of 1,000 sailors, hardly 10 are spared. We reach our homes, our kindred and neighbours come from all parts to visit us. Woe to us, for we cast them at darts of death. While we spoke to them, while they embraced us and kissed us, we scattered the poison from our lips. Going back to their homes, they in turn soon infected their whole families, who in 3 days succumbed, and were buried in one common grave. Priests and doctors visiting the sick returned from their duties ill, and soon were numbered with the dead. O death, cruel, bitter, impious death, which thus breaks the bonds of affection and divides father and mother, brother and sister, husband and wife. Lamenting our misery, we feared to fly, yet we dared not remain. Rats. So that means the Black Death is available, and we can see that it's spreading from Sarai. It's also all the way over here. I feel like loans might be the vibe. Did I nail the amount of loans I needed? I did. Absolutely based. Look, these things are, unfortunately are going to need goods that we don't really have. Specifically, they're going to need more books than we have. So what we also need is to upgrade the scriptorium. And the rest of my money is just basically going to be building scriptoriums. We mine gold in Bohemia, we don't need no books. It's true, it's true. What we need is a way to get rid of this fucking inflation. That's what we need. For Imperial City of Kempton is struggling under its own weight, barely making enough money to keep itself... I mean... they don't like that at all. Customs and tax privileges granted by the Emperor. I mean, that's really good. Barely making enough money to keep itself away from the dreaded hole that is bankruptcy. Once the economy of Kempton inevitably crumbles under the weight of the issues they created themselves, it'll be damaging not only to their reputation, but also to the reputation and legitimacy of the Empire itself. We could try helping them by granting them some custom and tax privileges that, if handled correctly, will alleviate their financial difficulties. Who are you? Who are you? Who? You're this guy. 215 gold. But I like Imperial Authority. That's all of my Imperial Authority. It's 10 months worth. It's 10 months worth of fucking money as well. No, fuck you. I'm already in bloody debt, which is costing me 5 ducats a month in interest, and has lowered my crown power by almost 10% as well. So obviously it's just not a vibe. Oh, there we go. We're needing more books. We're needing more fine cloth, and we actually need mercury as well. Gee, mercury. Some here. Some in Hungary. Siege engineer from Northern Italy has arrived at our court offering his services. He claims to be well versed in the art of building a formidable Italian bastion fort, the Tres Italienne, which our military theorists have been desperate to emulate. However, these services have not come cheaply. We gain fort defense. No. Go away. Alright, I think we're going to do another bit of manual trading. If I turn down the automation a little bit, and then it's not there, so if I open the pest market, look in the goods, find the mercury. Oh, okay, no, I need to do it from Prague, sorry. Then import mercury from pest. I think I need to cancel one of my own trades first. Oh, no, it's working. Okay, now we're getting some mercury. Let's just go with 1.32, apparently, that's fine. And then, you know, you take the rest. So, now... I mean, it should work better. I don't know if I can know. Hopefully that works. Drinking mercury is one way to cure the plague. That's true. I mean, technically, I am bringing in some mercury. So if I look in my market, there's currently a supply of 95.95, and there's only a demand in the hospital for 0.01. So we're like fine. So this should not. Oh, no, the mercury's gone. Okay, cool. And honestly, I didn't know we needed that little. So if I turn that down, I'm totally happy with that. I'm going to turn that one up. Vacancy in the high position in the church administration of Bohemia is a churchman from a rich family by the name of Svetozar Reznik, who has made an enticing offer. If we approve and back his election to the position, we will gain a large contribution to our coffers. Some more devout people claim that his practice is sin called simony. Simony, sinu. I like money. Balance-wise, that means I believe I can pay off and loan. Also, where's the frickin' music gone? For real, though. I know it'll come back if I declare a war, but... kinda want the music back without the war. Music has taken a vacation. Does, in fact, seem that way. Well, you know what I can do is, until the music comes back... Oh, that's loud. There we go. Loyalty of subjects up. Very nice. Black Death is too serious to have music playing. You say that, but we could just put this one on. Where have you gone? There we go. The song called The Black Death. This doesn't feel like The Black Death, but, you know, whatever. Since our ascension as the heads of the Holy Roman Empire, we've noticed a distinct difference between the Empire's judicial procedures and our own. The gap widens with cultural and traditional differences even more as we strive to defend and legitimize our rule. In an effort to cement our position and bring the people close to the Empire, many advisors of the Emperor have suggested a joint General Assembly, which would feature members of the nobility and figureheads from all Imperial princes alongside ours, and allow the confirmation of many existing Roman laws pertaining to their privilege. So we'll grant joint Assembly decrees, culture capacity, non-culture levy size, progress to aristocracy. It's not terrible. Every elector gains opinion. I like that. 10 Imperial authority. I like that. Yes. Vibes. Yeah, this doesn't feel like... This doesn't feel like, oh no, the world's ending. Is this the final build we're playing? I'm sure there'll be more before release, or maybe on release. I do know for a fact, though, that there will be a release after the release of the game. There'll be a patch that changes the ahistorical formables. Imola have been added to the Holy Roman Empire. Let's go. Beautiful, beautiful. Speaking of the Holy Roman Empire. Teutonic Order. There's no way. There's no way I could get them to give me Danzig. Okay, no. They said no. They said no. They said no. That would be fucking funny, though. Danzig or war? No, wait! Wait! No. Oh, no. My daughter is slow. Crazy. Look. It's fine. It's fine. Ooh, I could bestow a free city on this guy. Who are you? The Republic of Erfurt. Sounds good to me. I gotta follow through CB on him. I did not. Maybe he's just holding the event. He's just holding the event. He's like, I don't wanna. Bro, I still need more fine cloth, man. If I had silk, man, it'd be so much more. Wait, actually, I could... Why? Goods are not available, then why is it giving me a fucking 2.69? No, I died! My new ruler is sick as fuck, though. Long live the Holy Roman Emperor. The electors have decided to maintain their faith in us, and the Imperial crown remains in Bohemia. As our country strengthens its grip on the Imperial crown, the princes begin to see us as the natural holders. Our authority within the Holy Roman Empire increases. 5 Imperial authority. And I get the sickest fucking ruler. R.I.P. Johann the Blind. He died while his army was encamped, for real. Oh, and my ruler is just going straight there as well. My current heir is Marquetta. Did I seriously not have a fucking son? 4 daughters? Blanche, man, what the fuck? I'm gonna lose the Luxembourg fucking line. Did we get the land buff from being commander when he inherited? Oh, right. He is now the general here, so... we can now check values. Ruler has a general trait, plus 0.1. Yeah. Very cool. Not fun, game. Although our kingdom have always been superstitious, and the appearance of a comet in the sky has caused panic among them. They're convinced that the sign of the end of times is near, or that something terrible is going to happen in the near future. The economy fools! Or it's an omen. One, two. Ashen skies, true facts, though. Oh, bro's leaving the Union. They have partitioned inheritance. Okay, well, whatever. I don't really care. This does mean that my cabinet is going much better as well, because I'm getting 93 from me, giving 46%. I'm giving more than Jan frickin' Volek is. Very based. Frickin' Odoaker's in there as well. That's cool. Hold on, no. Shit, Christ. I found him. Wait, you don't have a ruler? Oh, you do. Okay, here we go. Can I not see the ruling history? I want to see the ruling history! Oh, there it is. CK3 managed to go all the way to fucking Augustus, and you can only go to 1057? Are you shitting me? SMH. He's too Chad, no other men in the family of the line ends with him. Fucking real, though. What we can do, though, is tell the clergy to go fuck themselves again. Works for me. Plus 20% crown power is kind of nothing to be sniffed at. Also, continue paying off debt when we can. Each one of these is 137. CK3 starts 500 years earlier, but it's like 1,000 years, or it's like an extra 500 years then of like this only whatever, you know what I mean. New town as proof of Holy Roman Emperor Karl. I can't be dealing with. Can I change you to? Oh, you are Czech already. Okay. Charles IV. Great administration and the prosperity and affluence of our people. The City Council of Prague is proposing the construction of a brand new town within legal boundaries of our great capital. In an effort to alleviate the status of the city of Prague to a metropolis, many advisors support the idea of populating a new urban center with newly erected buildings that captivate the glory and industriousness of our people. So I lose money, and what? I gain centralization, and that's it? You know what I think is I have accidentally done? I think it was supposed to like upgrade like Pudibredi or something, and because I already towned it up. Maybe it was Kurim. It's a free town upgrade, but I'm not actually getting a town out of it. Maybe I feel like that's what it is. Because 334 would be about as much money as you would need to upgrade a town. Yeah, 392 to upgrade, so it would be a slight discount. Ah well, more loans for the loan pile. A discounted town. But it's fine, you know, we got a 1% inflation and... you know, 6 loans. That means that we're eligible for the sexy parliament debate. Well, we gotta, you know, think of. He historically built a new part of Prague. I mean, fair enough, but Yeah. Either way. So I can't see who's in first place, but we are in second place. Are we exporting gold? Yes. Our current trades, manually, we're exporting to Lubeck. And I assume more is being exported. I actually have no idea how to check. Oh, Bohemia is exporting to Lubeck market, but also the Hansa is exporting to Lubeck, Riga, and London. Oh, the Black Death's here. The Black Death's here. It's here. It's here. It's in Prague. So the first thing we do, of course, is segregate the infected. It is the best thing to possibly do. This will give you 15% disease resistance. Progress to communalism is fine as well. Some people may say expel the sick, because expel the sick allows you to build pest houses, and pest houses give you 30% disease resistance. But if you do not have access to incense, then you have, it's got 2 goods that you need. In incense, if you have 0 incense, then you have 50% of the goods that you need, because fab cups are easy to come by. Then, of course, this got, 50% effectiveness, which means this goes to 15. So, pest houses cost 50 ducats to build, and then you get this, or you could just segregate the infected to get the 15 for free. So, yeah, it's obvious. Unless you're playing, like, fucking Mamluks or something, then just segregate the infected. Another thing we're going to do, even though it's stupidly expensive, 40 stability on isolating cities as soon as we have 40% of one of our towns. Sorry, 20% in one of our towns, which will probably be Prague. There's 0% hold here, so maybe we're going to be fine. Move coin to hiding, also probably a good idea, maybe. Yeah, I don't want Charles to die. The plague's gonna kill our line, true. The fear of catching the plague while serving a sick nobleman is too great for the lower caste to handle, no matter how much the wages may be raised. Nobility are now demanding the right to draft the commoners into service. Brother, no, shut up. I just need to make sure that my burgers have 75 loyalty, which is going to be easy because I got a couple of privileges that I'm perfectly happy to give out. But I want to wait until we have this where it needs to be. Presence is 0.06 right now, so it's definitely not there yet. Let us pay off another loan. Oh, look, you've gone for another vote in the union. That's cute. We're now at 0.14. How old is the royal couple? 32 and 32. So we've still got time. So far we have lost 87. %1 hold. The spread of knowledge is a vital pursuit for to count ourselves among the world's most enlightened and educated folk. The conduct of academic learning, the vibrant realms of a new university, and the dissemination of wisdom have become our elite's most sought-after pursuits of late, culminating in demands to construct a university in an effort to house and cultivate the next generation of bright minds. Yeah, I like universities. They're very, very nice. Brilliant idea, even though it costs more money than we have. Look, debt is temporary. Burghers are growing increasingly resentful of the power of the nobility. True, actually. Their lack of opportunities in the higher ranks of government. The only route into power is to marry into poor but well-titled families or to pry open positions of government circles by demanding greater privileges from the king. Burgher land rights. I don't like that one, though. Not good. Not good at all. That means we need to give even more privileges away before we can close the cities. No, not Stockton. How is it fucked up France before it fucked up Germany? Hey, finished there. So now what I want you to do is stabilize the country. Because, yeah, the plague's not helping the stability. Two desyncs in 3 hours from both stream. That's not bad. Considering what he had before. 14%. Okay, maybe next month we're gonna hit 20. Naturally, guilds wield great power over the economy. Generally, they're a positive force for society, providing the public with confidence in products, ensuring the market remains stable, and controlling the growth of our competition, among other things. Now the plague has seeped into our nation, spreading through the land. It's more important than ever that the guilds ensure the prices remain stable and work continues to be supplied. However, to ensure this, the guilds have been controlling wages, keeping them as they have always been, in spite of the labour shortage caused by the death around us. Many guild members are becoming greatly disgruntled, knowing they could be earning more, but would be crushed by the guild if they went independent. Now, at a tipping point, must decide between a stable market or appeasing the labourers. Motherfuckers. Oh, gain stability. But the burgers hate it. No. I can't afford for the burgers to hate shit right now. Still at 14.2%. Oh, shitting Christ, there it is. Now it jumped to 47. Okay. So now what we need to do is go to the estates, and the burgers need to get to 75. So to do that, building rights, we are now at 59, and then we're going to give market and correction. That brings us to... Are you having a giggle? Alright, one more thing. What do we want? I mean, production efficiency. So, with that, now we can spend a shit ton of stability to save a shit ton of people's lives. I mean, the reason I'm isolating cities is because impact minus 80%. That seems pretty good. But our stability hurt like hell. Why do we need 75? To click this button, I needed to have two things happen. One of my towns or cities, urban locations, needs to be over 20% presence. So that's Prague at 47. And I needed burgers at 75 loyalty. Or satisfaction. Fuck up. Sanction the papacy, trade maintenance and trade efficiency for all of the Ghibellines. Sounds good to me. No, I'm a Ghibelline. All the Guelphs. Fuck the Guelphs. Still need to Get these guys on side. The end times are upon us, or at least so claim the ever-growing numbers of flagellants that wander through the countryside, processioning and preaching of apocalyptic events to come as punishment for our pride, which only through Christ's ires of flagellation can we dispel. While originally having the support of the church, these groups have strayed too far from doctrine to be sanctioned anymore. The clergy believe they must be stamped out to prevent them from undermining stability. Reduced by 5%. That works for me. Looking at the streams playing MP, it looks like it's going to be very slow MP-wise. I think that's probably going to be the case. Ooh, 2 more people can be invited. Ravenna and Perugia. Oh, Poland having an issue. Bump up the stability spending just a bit. Not that much. Can we exploit this to HRE them? Is it war? No. Also, the fact they're a kingdom means probably never going to happen as well. Nobles are mad the crown gave so much land back. It's true. Alright. Fingers crossed we get a debt repayment, frickin' minting repayment down thing. We did not. But I could promote urbanization and get Kladsko again as a town. Let's grab that, and with it, that's not actually the button I want to click, fuck, my bad. Cultural unity, culture capacity goes down, meh, no. What's the culture map mode looking like? Like that. That's the culture of the location specifically. So stripes are where it's, you know, I think it's above 30% of a minority, and you get a stripe. Ooh, excuse me. The Sorbians live. Yeah, this is a bunch of Sorbs up here. There's 152,000 Sorbians in the world. Is Sorbians like a meme or something that I'm just unaware of? Doctors and other experts in the field of sanitation have begun to warn that nearly half the medicaments in our market are expired or contaminated by filler material meant to increase the net weight sold. The expired goods pose not only a health risk, but can also result in the further spread of the Black Death. There's only one solution. We must burn or otherwise destroy all expired medicaments. For 200 gold, no, thanks. Ugh, I don't like that either. The burgers can buy it. Yeah, that works. We crashed when I accepted them earlier. It's true. That's true, actually. Kind of just hoping for an event to boost by like 5%. Ooh, what's Oh, I'm already a part of a chivalric order. Ah, he's part of the Order of St. George. Very cool. Oh, sick. I can invite... Who's this? I've claimed throne in Luxembourg. Oh, did he break it? That's fine. Whatever. No, I died! Motherfucker. I'm so tempted to reload the save. He was in Glasgow instead of isolated in Prague. You're fucking right, aren't you? Oh, there was a disease of the army. No. It was an obvious bug. Yeah, it was a bug. It was a bug. It was a little bug. It was a little pest. A buggy pestness. Yes. Don't trust. 3037 again. Yeah, sure. I mean, the fact is, that ruler is sick as fuck. He needs to live. Oh, look, a bird indeed. Loading screen. All of the loading screens are really good, to be fair. Need some concubines. I don't know if those are doable. Oh wait, no, I think that's the definition of a concubine is that they're doable. Yeah, a university in Prague? Oh, yes, 100%. 100%, great idea. You know what, how about you, just hang out? Fucking, Ulrich Rosenberg, he's got this. Don't worry about him. Be fine, don't worry about him. I like research progress. Maybe don't command an army during a plague. Seems like a good idea. But we're gonna do it properly this time. Like, just isolate and live. I guess we'll have stabilized country turned on again. Anyone we want dead? True. Wait, what? Catherine, yo, Catherine. Just out of curiosity, Catherine. Are we good here? Actually, I think we're okay. I think wait, no, the kid's almost a year. I mean, I think we're just almost we're fine. Good Lord, the amount of girls coming out though. Look, the army has now got the plague. We've seen this one. I didn't want to piss off the burgers. We did that one. Not gonna obviously read it out again. Oh, 30% presence. That means burgers. You can have building cost and production efficiency. Yes. Which means we can then isolate the cities as well. Beautiful. Has a male been born of my dynasty? I believe so. Yeah, this guy was born in... Shit, no, we started the game with him. The answer is no. Villagers from all around Hradec Kralove has begun to organize efforts to plug the holes in the ground from which the plague miasma originates. Sealing gaps big and small across their land. Villagers are certain this will remedy the issue, but experts in Prague warn that this will only harm the soil quality of the region. I mean, no. Centralization sounds great. Look, they can be unhappy. It's not going to last forever. Anyway, Prague. What did we want to do? We wanted to increase ties to neighbors. Progress to defensive is also pretty nice. What is my current defensiveness? Wait, we're currently trending towards offensive, but we are at 30. You know what? This would actually help us go a bit further towards defensive. So we'll do that. And then I will fabricate a CB on Swidnica. Look, there might be plague, but at the end of the day, not my problem. Obviously, Anne's back joins as well, but yeah, we don't need to care about that. Power of the clergy has never relied on the state itself, rather it's in many ways the clergy who have lent their legitimacy to the king through their ties to the spiritual realm. A combination of deft political maneuvering, fear-mongering, and generous donations from our subjects have lately cemented the power of the state. Very nice. Oh, I was involved in that battle. And I got army attrition reduction. Okay. And there's the... You cheeky bastard. Did he die on the same day? One more time. Look, I want this fucking ruler. I want him. It's bloody warm in this room. This game does make my PC a little bit warm. It's true. It's not a lie. Ooh. While we're waiting for the load, Antebellum has uploaded pictures of EU5. Mod has officially come to EU5. New version does not mean the end of Antebellum. Full announcement including detailed information, blah blah blah. Start date will be copy that of vanilla EU5, so they're going to be moving the date back. They're moving back the mod's timeline. Okay. So mild retcons make sense. Dance philosophy, no new mechanics. However, if people end up disliking some features of the game, missions might consider bringing back the EU4 version. At the end of the day, EU5 has missions. You can just use them to do the EU4 Antebellum missions. It's whatever. Cool. Bloody Nizzard's in it. Looking forward to that. That's cool. I've just taken the throne. I had bro for a year. Coincided, of course. Oh, the plague didn't even reach us yet. Ugh, God. A lot can happen in a year. Long live the Emperor. I'm fucking trying. New town. Yeah, we do that one again. Or remove the ruler from the army. I suppose that can be done as well. Ulrich can get there. Isolate the court. I can't isolate the court until the plague is in my country. Any news on Anbana? They're gonna be doing an EU5 version. They don't have access to the game yet, so they can't really do anything yet. And they are going to stick with the 1444 start date. There's the Black Death in our country. Segregate the infected instantly. Move court into hiding. Lose that stability. Isolate the country does nothing. Wait, I didn't see this one before. For centuries, members of the nobility have exercised nigh unrestricted authority over local domain, led to many of them oftentimes disputing authority over the crown. A very perilous notion and a dangerous precedent has been set. Many advisors within our ranks have suggested the drafting of a set of articles aimed at curbing the powers of prominent figures of the nobility within our lands. However, this might prove to be quite destabilizing. So they can lose satisfaction and we lose stability, but Noble power minus 25, prox cost minus 10, centralization. This is amazing. Currently we have legislative efficiency plus 10% and progress to centralization, which is decent. But prox cost is huge. Yes. New event basically means that we have broken the seal. Refugees fleeing from the plague have arrived in large numbers in Pilsen. They are desperate and hungry, seeking the safety of a location as of yet to be touched by the dire death. Taking them in will increase our population, a valuable resource in time with so much loss, but they also introduce the risk of carrying the sickness straight into the city. Most would turn them away, but their desperation may lead them to rash action. Either way, something must be done about this horde of refugees. We set up the plague camps, obviously. Because this is bad. Presence set to 10%, bad. But then again, I like innovative. No, refugee camps. That's fine. Some local members of the nobility have been so upset and mistreated by the subjects that a delegation of the commoners has come before me to ask for redress. Nobles getting even more pissy. Fine. You're gonna be fine. This game does not want my bro to live. Holy Roman Emperor Carol Luxemburgo has been hiding the symptoms for some time, but alas, on their deathbed, it's clear they too had fallen to this terrible ailment that haunts the kingdom. Not much can be done for him now. Only darkness awaits for him, and for us. Fuck you! 45% chance! 45%! Live, bitch! Live! He lives! Yes! God save the king, motherfucker! This is it. This is the fucking turning point. Unironically very hype. Save it now, that's true. That's a fact. That is a fact. He lives! Oh, Christ. Leuchtenberg? Bloody insulting me, innit? Fucking... Who are you allied with? Fucking... Fuck you. Fucking insulting me. I won't have it! Maybe Luxembourg isn't isolated yet. That's true, actually. Oh, the University of Prague? Yeah. Oh, I did. What, this is an event? I had no idea. I had no idea. We're not gonna read it out, obviously, because I did already. I also didn't lose money this time. Also, yo, hang on. We're a huge plagueness, so... States... Building cost... And production efficiency... And... Isolate cities. We were a little slow to do that one, so we're going to lose more people than we otherwise would. But yeah, I do think you're probably right. We should probably start improving relations with Moravia so we can annex them. This is the blessed run, one less reform needed. True. Look at all the Nurgle armies swarming. True. Alright, back to Prague. We don't have any options here. Ties to neighbors. Actually, no, we wanted castle works, didn't we? Castles Billy. Schwidnica. I'll wait until these guys are finished over here. So you've paced for war reps, humiliation, and money. Wonder if Warhammer Fantasy could work for an E5 mod. It would be difficult because there's no like population in Warhammer. Many land donations are quite old, and when they're always documented, both landscapes and the names therein shall have changed since the donation was originally given. Recently, the clergy have been accusing several members of the nobility of outright land theft in the form of encroaching on the lands donated to the clergy long ago. The nobility, on the other hand, argue that it's the clergy who are trying to seize lands they have no claim over. whoever we decide to side with shall become the slight majority landholder in the area. Well, side with the clergy, the nobility, or neither of them. Estate-wise, nobles fucking real pissy, clergy kind of happy. Yeah, fuck them. Fuck them both. People are growing unwieldy. The trauma from losing so many loved ones, the fear of knowing they may be next, and anger at the lack of causes and remedies are pushing them over the edge, even as far as shoving the blame on the shoulders of the East Franconian subjects. There's no other way to put it. The kingdom is powder keg, ready for the smallest of sparks to set it off. It's hard to say if we have the strength to survive such an eventuality, but we could consider taking preemptive measures by redirecting the fear and anger against an oppressed minority in places such as Jakimov, lose stability, value towards humanist, or gain stability and fuck East Franconians. Oh, whatever, my stability is already absolutely trashed. What difference does it make? King needs to make a son. True. And the fact is, they're currently isolated together. No time like the right now. Anyway, this guy, separate sue you for peace. Actually, Dinkle's Brule is apparently humiliatable as well, and war repable and moneyable. Oh look! Hohenlohe! Liberated. Anything else? Lovely. I'll have a fiefdom there, why not? Lovely. How's the Hansa doing? I don't fucking know. It's kind of difficult to check. They're very invisible. They're, fucking, I don't know. I could ally them, I guess. Yeah, no idea. They are doing that. That's all I can say. How's Plague doing? Oh, there we go. Ever since the arrival of the plague, many have avoided large gatherings and public festivals out of fear, but over time, even the most asocial individuals will eventually crave interacting with others. The grumbles and complaints of the commoners are growing louder by the day. Withholding and discouraging festivities any further could cause quite a lot of social upheaval. I don't like more plague, so fuck my stability, I guess. Crazy. Kutnahora has long been a cornerstone of Bohemian prosperity, famed for its rich silver mines that have significantly bolstered our economy. The historical and economic significance of Kutnahora cannot be overstated, as its wealth has funded countless ventures and strengthened our coffers. Now there's an opportunity to further invest in the improvement of mining activities, ensuring sustained growth and profitability for generations to come. Yeah? Upgrade my silver mine by 3? I mean, that's kind of insane, right? Actually, only upgraded by 1. I spent all that money and upgraded by 1. That sucks. Can I ask Milan for money? Unfortunately, I doubt it. Not enough favors. Yeah. Look, we'll be fine eventually. See, look, that guy gave me money. Eventually it'll be fine, don't worry about it. Corruption is one of the most common and frequent factors of political and economic life in the kingdom. Several scandals over the past year have brought issues to the fore, such as so much so many influential populists are now calling for us to take action against the growing problem. Failing to do so may have dire consequences for our ability to govern our kingdom. What does this do? Oh, that's pretty rough. Bye-bye stability. We're back down to -50. That's fun. We could lower this. Not that far, though. We can buff this. Just the amount of money that I'm making has took a dive because of the plague. That's what happens when you lose fucking almost 1 million people. 600,000 people. Oh, but it's leaving now. That's good. Looking forward to getting that 12 stability. Does anyone know if the game is available to preload? I feel like I remember seeing somewhere that it was going to be. Prague, our resplendent capital, has earned the nickname of the Golden City. As the largest city within the Holy Roman Empire, it's become a beacon attracting people from far and wide. Scholars, merchants, and artisans flock to our vibrant streets, contributing to the continuous growth and prosperity of our majestic capital. The influx of talent and wealth is transforming Prague into a true center of culture and power. During the reign of Charles IV, Prague flourished and became a major political, cultural, and economic center. At the seat of the emperor, Prague became the de facto capital city of the Holy Roman Empire, and the city experienced a significant growth and development. Under his rule, important landmarks such as the Charles Bridge, the New Town, and St. Vitus Cathedral were built. Oh, I thought I was going to lose money there. That's going to be really nice, the pop growth and the migration attraction, to kind of fire my population after they all fucking died. Glorious. Rose building roads. Oh yeah, attacks with nigga. Oh yeah, I'm not stable enough for that. When it's in like one location. Here's the event that I was talking about earlier. The duties of Holy Roman Emperor, and not only as King of Bohemia, but also as Count of Luxembourg, have greatly increased recently with his recent election as Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. To consolidate bureaucracy and make it easier to manage his titles, he has had the option of giving away the County of Luxembourg to Vaclav Luxemburgo. My brother? Yeah. Although the Holy Roman Emperor Karl's domain would then be easier to manage, his territory would nonetheless become smaller, albeit still all under the control of the Luxembourg dynasty. However, if we decide to keep it all as his possessions, we could be seen as threatening due to the accumulation of titles under Holy Roman Emperor Karel. Gain some stability and I lose thingy, or I can just gain antagonism, which is not good. So we'll gain that. Good night, mate. So we no longer have him, that's fine. He can no longer demand that we change our union law 17 times an hour. Nobility and commoners alike are currently waging war of cultural over the best behaviour to ward off the plague. Some lock themselves away at home, eating little and praying much, hoping that austerity will save them. Others break into abandoned houses, drink like the plague will take them tomorrow, and indulge in sin until sunrise. We don't know if either of these behaviours will alleviate the plague, but supporting one of them might prove beneficial for the state. Lose stability. Or gain plague. Bye-bye stability. Unit food consumption down by 10%. That was kind of nice. I'm going to sponsor some mass forgiveness. I feel like we can wait another month. Because we can't do it if there's no plague in our land. Free Seat of Frankenfurt is needing me to help them out. We've read this event before, so I'm just going to give them the help. Where are we at now? One more month. Oh, no. Right now. Sponsor mass forgiveness for 12 stability. There we go. And now we can attack. The anger and fear in the population. Fucking. I was reading. Thanks. The anger and fear in the population has reached the point at which it can no longer be contained inward. It must be projected outward onto others. Someone needs to become the cause for the plague, and that someone must pay. Be it the poor, ugly, or any number of minorities, the masses demand that a group be hunted and prosecuted for bringing the wrath of God down upon us. We can either help organize the event and control it, or we can try and stop the violence, only for it to be directed at us. Lose legitimacy or satisfaction. I feel like losing satisfaction is fine in this case. I like legitimacy. Not the Sorbians, no! The Electorate of Brandenburg has long been a very influential member of the Holy Roman Empire, and the power of the VODS dynasty is spreading all over it. Now that Karl is the emperor, it will be beneficial for us if we can secure the seats of the electors. Being already the king of Bohemia, getting control over also the Electorate of Brandenburg will not only secure the electorate, but also serve to reduce the power of von Wittelsbach. As they are a dynasty governing by greed and thirst for power, we could try to send them an offer to purchase the title of Brandenburg for Crown Princess Marketa, and also see how much they want for it. So in 1373, why don't you give me this event then instead? Was able to purchase the Margraviate of Brandenburg for his son and heir, the future King Wenceslas. As he was still a child, it was Charles who ruled on behalf of him. They also secured the election to the imperial throne, but the power of the Luxembourg dynasty declined during later rulers. And when it was the turn for Sigismund, also the son of Charles, to be elected emperor, Bohemia secured the election in exchange for giving hereditary rulership over Brandenburg to the Hohenzollerns. I will offer Brandenburg the purchase. We're going to lose money here. What's the smallest thing I'll miss from EU4? The ability to have multiple map modes on a single hotkey button. Like, I've just pressed E, so I've gone to the market map mode. I would like to press E again so I can go to the goods map mode. But I can't. I also can't remember what I have put goods map mode on. Like, Z? No. Is it G? No. Raw materials R? Nope, that's war. Okay, good to know. Q? No. A? No. S? No. D? X? X is control. Okay. V? Maritime presence. Yeah, sure. Shift? Da-da? I can't fucking remember. Yeah, you see, I'm gonna miss that significantly. Brandenburg sent us their answer with a sum of what they consider a proper compensation. 90 to... Sure, fuck it, we'll have more loans, why not? And Marketa becomes the new electress. Did you get married yet? You didn't, and apparently I can't arrange a royal marriage because you're not a fucking adult. Nuremberg is struggling under its own weight. Oh yeah, lose some money again. No, I can't afford it. I can't afford it. I am so saddled with debt. So we will annex this guy. We become debt slaves indeed. Alright. The map looks better. To be fair, I'm losing 10% production efficiency in all of my towns. So that can definitely make the difference. We just need the plague to end. Instead of paying cash to nobles, another option is to ensure their loyalty to grant them privileges. I don't wanna. There's foreign trade from which they can make a healthy profit. The proposal has been reached our ears to grant several families and nobles export licenses for our trade with Ulm. Doing so would please them greatly, but the burghers might be less happy. This is fine. I want to reopen the cities. But this is scary. Oh, it's over. Reopen the cities. And emerge from hiding. So, Black Death, we lost a total of 650,000. Very painful. Gonna have to pass the female emperor law. True. Oh, Meisen's getting fucked up by Brandenburg. I feel like, didn't Meissen own Lusatia at some point? Valentinoy. What? Okay. A prince of the Holy Roman Empire, somebody, Valentinoy, don't know who that is. I feel like that's a bugged event. It feels like it. It reads like it. Valentinoy. Right, we are recovering now. Income positive. 12 ducats of interest payments is a bit rough. Some of the, like, you can see, like, the oldest loans are 138 and the latest loan is like 86. But we will survive. Trade-wise, do that. Current trades. Apparently the Mercury trade is dead. That's fine. No longer needed. Quick Google search, they lost 200,000 people. It also included a significant number from Prague, IRL. Interesting. Ask for a loan. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem very valuable. Or viable. Like, request a loan from Bardi. Like, they give 6 ducats. These give 5 ducats. It's just, yeah, I don't know. Maybe in multiplayer, when a bank is, like, actually rolling in money because they're, you know, a player, then maybe there's a vibe there, but I don't know. Nice, that's a bunch of land that's been added. Also, you've just fucked up Meissen something wrong. Maybe that'll be our next expansion, north. Bohemia came out of the Black Death comparatively fine. Meissen has lead? So it does. So do I in these vassals, though. So what we're going to do is start annexing Moravia. You need to get them to 150 relations, and then you'll go down by -25 with all subjects while you annex. And if you go below 125, they stop being annexed. Those are the new numbers. Administration practices and refined court procedures have begun to bear fruit. Following the example of Jan Volek, our ministries have streamlined the procedures for records of more clarity, and officials adapt more exacting standards borrowed from Sinefeed governance. Oh, that's nice. You're going to be just slightly better administrator. Cool. My daughter might be in some trouble. I think the Brandenburg nobles won. Welcome back, love. Yes! Get back in there! I gave you to Brandenburg, you fucking go back! You can't run away from your responsibilities. You're back to Berlin. Actually, it's not even called Berlin, it's called Brandenburg. Oh no, wait, I'm wrong. Berlin's right here. Did you have another fucking daughter? Christ on a bike. So did it work? Did she go to Brandenburg? Oh yeah, she did. There it is. Cursed timeline. Look, that's every game really. Oh god, England nobles. Salvation. Temptation. The only trade we have is selling gold to Lubeck. Anyway, let's pay off and loan. That's essentially going to be the next, you know, few years of my eco is going to be paying off loans. Ooh, everything went leggy there for a moment. Ugh, stop being leggy. Let's turn off the economy screen, that might be the issue. It's not. Everything is just being a bit laggy. So, Lusatia, you are green, and you're still a vassal of Meissen. That is a fucking opportunity. Full annex Meissen, gain Lusatia for free, release Meissen, claims on Saxe-Lauenburg from Meissen because of their cores. That is such a win. That's the plan. That is the plan. Probably get student protests, unrest, but I mean, out of the university anyway. Still can't build the fucking chancery either. Black Death is completely gone from Europe now. It'll take a couple of years until we get the event to say it's over. Let's have a look at Herr Roman Empire. Oh, we're actually really close. That's what? 6 months? 7 months? What about the Guelphs and Ghibellines? How are we doing here? Monthly progress is lower than ours, but we kinda need to be like build a couple of spy networks at least. There we go. Is there a law for Empress? I mean, they're all voting for me anyway. What would it be? Oh, I can actually do another law. Agnatic succession is what we have right now. Only male rulers can inherit. Okay. We need to do pragmatic sanction. I can't do this because... Is it because I don't have 50? Why is this one cheaper? I do not want rotating emperorship. That would suck ass. They all want expanded electors. Gives an extra elector, okay. But monthly imperial authority goes down. Don't like that. Free city law. Unprotected free cities is what they want. Oh god. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I can call an imperial diet, though. I think we wait until we get this to 50, because I might need to do imperial succession. In a couple of months, maybe I will have the ability. Ooh, free city status on a bunch of people. But now I should be at 50. Yeah, I don't know. Why can't I do this? Don't know. You want to institute the land freed. Can enforce land freed. Enforce land freed. I lose money. But I can force them to leave wars that I am not the leader of. Okay. But I want stuff like this. I need emperor comfort policies. Imperial tax law. They all want treasury taxation. I want that one. I like this one as well. I can only vote for figurehead though. I can't vote for this because the target policy is not codified in the Holy Roman Empire. What the fuck does that mean? I've not done this before. I'm sorry. How do I? I don't know. Maybe I just do this one. Well, let's hold it in Aachen. Roman month, if the debate passes, I gain, what, 5% of everyone's ducats? Is that right? That sounds fucking based. No one's currently backing it, but I can grant Imperial titles. I lose prestige. And gain prestige, because I'm one of them. Of the, I guess, electors. I only lose 10. But I gain a bunch of support in the Parliament. Which brings us to 45%. If I lessen the tax burden... with just those people, that's fine. We're now at 52%. We're going to win. Oh, this Italian engineer can go fuck himself. We read this event already. Yeah, the fact I didn't get any event about that diet being available is interesting. No event, no notification. Ooh, one more person can be invited. Yep, why not? Any more? No. I can make a couple more free cities, so I will do that. Kempton first. Now I have unmarried children. Elzbieta Luxemburgo. I mean, I gotta marry a noble, right? I guess it's gonna have to be one of the Rosenbergs, because they're the only fucking power in my country. How's Guelph versus Gibbs? Currently we're winning 39 versus 24. We can sanction the papacy to kill their trade ministers and trade efficiency, so we're gonna do that. Fuck those guys. And now we got a Prague doodad. And we are going to increase ties to the neighbors. And we are going to get ourselves an claim on my sen. You want autonomy support? No. I don't mind losing it. Anyway. Fuck these guys. You are too happy with me. Which is strange. Ah, whatever, I'll lose the stability. It's funny, the amount of times that I've gone to war and I'm like, after making sure that I have a really good, strong levy, changing the laws to make the levy stronger, and I have not once raised the levy. Then you have to do the most extreme of each law in the Emperor's favor. Probably, but I don't know how. Seems the Zemski Snem members of Hradec Kralove, those staunch supporters for our cause just a little while ago, have come to change their stance on the currently debated issue entirely. Can't know for sure how this happened, but it's clear we can no longer rely on their vote. Well, I wasn't planning on passing anyway. So whatever. We'll let the vassals do their thing. Ooh, excuse me, sorry. Zurich's struggling under its own weight. I can't afford to save you. I apologize. Is there no hint available for the HRE? Are you having a laugh right now? Got one for the Guelphs and Ghibellines, the 100 Years' War, and the Black Death. But nothing for the HRE? That's crazy. Same Zemsky Snem of members of Litomysil have finally realized how beneficial the currently debated proposal would be to them. Nice. Did I just get a shit ton of money? I think I did. Hell yeah. Worth it. Oh, that's where Dresden is. Try HRE. Nope. Sorry about this yawning. I'm bloody tired. You need a new fella. I do not have the money. It's 100 gold. Hey, thank you, Doubles. Delegation and nobles came to us today. Thank us for favouring them in the government. They're so grateful that a small voluntary contribution was made to the treasury. Nice. In that case, clearly I have to put a noble in charge of developing Prague. So welcome, Peter. What's the nobles? Try pragmatic. No. They won't accept just yet, because Ansbach's still in the war. Why don't I just fuck off? Moravia's incoming. Is the game worth buying? I think so. I'm having fun. It is slightly slower as a game, that as in you pass through the time slower than you pass through time in EU4, but I think it is a game that is worth playing because I'm enjoying myself. And that is essentially all the recommendation I can make without, like, spinning some bullshit. No worries. Like I say, I have got right now 95.7 hours in this version of the game that I got on the 16th of October, so we're talking like 3 weeks that I've had this. I got almost 100 hours. In the previous version of the game that we had, that was called like Project Caesar Influencer Build or whatever, I had 340-ish hours. Yeah, not low enough. Alright, can peace out now. So, I'm curious, right? And I'm going to save because I don't know the answer to this, and it would be a valuable test. Full annexing Overlord, do we get vassal? That's the question. Full annex Overlord, do we get the vassal? Obviously, give me some money. Like, they are only 16 anyway, so we can probably, you know, whatever. But bro's yellow. Bro is in fact yellow. Let's go. And then create the subject. Historical subject. My set. Look at all them fucking cores, man. Gorgeous. 2 vassals for the price of 1. If I still enjoy it after 400 hours, that means the devs have done their jobs. Not only do I enjoy it after 400 hours, I still feel like there's so much left to learn. I still feel like there's so much left to explore. Like, I have not played Bohemia before. I have been wanting to play Bohemia for a long time. But yeah, I've just been kind of waiting for whatever. Black Death has ended. The last remnants of the plague have finally disappeared. Are those of us that survived the curse or the blessed? Perfect. What's the difference between a vassal and a fiefdom? Alright, so a fiefdom, like what we have in Moravia. I believe Moravia is a fiefdom, are they? Yes, they are. A fiefdom has your ruler. So the ruler of Moravia is Charles Luxembourg. Leader of Bohemia is Charles Luxembourg. Empty room, don't worry about him. But yeah, fiefdoms are vassals that have your ruler. That's it, really. Actually, might be an easier way of create subject, custom subject. If I just like click here, fiefdom. Those are the bonuses. Versus that. I think the only difference is. Actually, here we go. Benefits for subject, efficiency of cabinet. Spread institutions, benefit for overlord, prestige, and 20% of income. 20%. Okay. I also get prestige from vassals. I don't get it from fiefdoms. But that's it. I think you should ask ODX to show in the peace deal, or Paradox, that you'll inherit the vassal when you... Yeah. Oh, there's a bunch of things that I've asked them as well. For example, when you were at war... I'm not at war anymore, so I can't really show it. When you're at war, it'll only show battle casualties. It won't show attrition casualties or assault casualties. I would like it to show those. In the final peace deal, when you peace out, there is no panel saying this is how many people died on each side. The deaths that it shows are, when you hover over the deaths, it shows when what battle they died in. So, for example, easy way of saying, if Naples and Sicily are at war, and Sicily tries a naval landing in Naples, and they have their fleet get all the dudes on, they sail to the Gulf of Napoli, and then Naples are like, haha, fuck you, and sinks it. The 12,000 or whatever levies that were in those boats that just drowned are counted in the war screen as died in the Battle of the Gulf of Napoli. That's cool and all, but I can't see, in a big, say, England versus France, huge amount of people on each side with vassals and such. I can't see number of dead. England, 20,000. Wales, 15,000. Chester, 1,000. France, 80,000. Normandy, 20,000. Like, it doesn't show me that, and I really wish it would. There's just a few kind of those things that I think could definitely be added to the game. No secret that guilds grow most when helped by the state, be it through funding, exclusivity deals, or special privileges. Their organizations greatly benefit from the state aid and in turn help command the economy in favor of the nation. Today, several guilds are fighting for state support in the vicinity of Pilsen. We have various guilds to choose from, but only the resources to give privilege to one of them. Each choice comes with a set of benefits. We choose whichever suits our overall national interests. So Millers, I gain some stability. Kind of would like that, not gonna lie. Prague gains 45 iron, whatever. Trade advantage in Prague for 5 years is quite nice. Prestige and clergy satisfaction. I'm gonna go with the prestige and commoners state satisfaction. Although the Millers Guild, do we really want a thieves guild in our land? I'm gonna have to. Mangingham plea for help. 5 prestige. Yeah, you can have that. We're not gonna read this one out again. We've done it before. Let us pay off another loan. back to a decent amount of eco. Create a casus belli on you. And on you. And these CBs take a while to grow. I don't think I've seen Montbéliard before. Is this in the HRE? They are. Milan is vassalized Brescia and Parma. Very nice, very nice. Naples took half of Spoleto. I've read this one up before as well. Brescia... Wait, who is this? Serbia? Brother, what? Yo, the Eastern Roman Empire is so back? Maybe? A little bit? They lost Thessaly and Epirus. In Central Macedonia. But they have gained land in Anatolia. It's based. Is Byzantium an Ottoman vassal? No. They are actually rivaled with them. Put the ruler back in charge over here again. I think that was like a 3% increase in crown power there. I think we can afford maggot attraction, maybe. Yeah. Daily Eastern Roman L, true. Oh, another one can be invited. Macerata. And another free city as well. Very nice. The fucking measles! Christ! People of Prague despairs their families and neighbours succumb to the relentless outbreak of the measles. Very cute. My prosperity went from 100 to fucking 70. Very sadness. Seems a member of our cabinet will stop at nothing to elevate his position using more or less questionable methods. He has come to command the undivided attention of myself. Lose 10 legitimacy or lose Peter Rosenberg. Fucking lose the legitimacy. How are the HRE mechanics for the Emperor? I don't know if I understand them especially well yet. I don't know how to pass something I want. The fact that Mines has a really high voting amount, and also Brennerberg. If I vote for something else and just get the big boys on side, I think we're going to be fine. But if I'm going to lose the dynasty soon... Royal marriage. You're just a courtier. You're irrelevant. Seems dangerous. Fuck it. Why not? Wait, my new fucking dynasty is gonna be Guelk. Carl Guelk. This is my future king. Fucking Carl Guelk. Let's check on tech actually. Gah. Why? Is that the case? I was trading. Must be a culture thing. I think it's a fucking culture thing. Like, Renaissance should be growing in me because we're allied. Renaissance is not growing in me, but I do have a half of professional armies. King of Bohemia and Duke of Brandenburg. True, but also awful name. What do we want from money? Another Distillers Guild? Okay. Wasn't expecting that. Did I miss us getting a son? No. I was just looking at my grandson. Marquetta had a son. Carl Guelph. Who is intelligent, at least. Right. Florence. Ferrara will join. Castello will join. That's fine. Force into the faction. And the levies get raised. Is it worse than being named after Microsoft you aren't even ruling? I mean, what I should have done is, like, marry her to... Honestly, to, wait. My brother is a fucking idiot. What happened to your country, bro? Also, why aren't you married? You lost everything? You fucking clown. Vina seems to have come off the glory of our arms. Some people aren't taking our army seriously before. Because I haven't raised it in forever. I mean... Fucking tracks. I think I should try this after the war. I'm able to manage my grandson's education. Unfortunately not, because he's not in my course. If he was in my country, I could. Marry our brother? I mean, there's no way I can do that. I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how we're gonna fix it. I don't know if we can. Oh, there's so many forts in Ferrara, though. Kind of annoying. Oh, excuse me. I don't know how to fix my issues. Our royal house has gone through many turbulent times. Our metal is hardened by the obstacles and foes we have to vanquish to reach our current dominant position. As a way to celebrate and showcase our superiority, our advisors have been contemplating the idea of forging a legendary and beautiful crown, dedicated to St. Wenceslas. Adorned with gold and decorated with over 90 precious stones, the crown will forever stand as a symbol of our power and affluence. 400 gold! Yay. But 10 legitimacy, and I will wear the new crown. With the new crown of St. Wenceslas upon the head of our king, and the lands of Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia under our control, the Kingdom of Bohemia has firmly established itself as a powerful monarchy in Europe. An idea has been brought to the king to associate our lands to the crown of St. Wenceslas, and for them to be known as the crown of the Kingdom of Bohemia. Hells yeah. Eventually. Hey! New title. That's a formable. That right there is a formable. It counts. Sicily are no longer in the Ghibellines. Ooh. Damn it. Someone occupy this. We're still winning. Yo, I can invite others into my war. Yo, Milan? Fuck. Well, that was rude. Free Imperial City is struggling under its own weight. I can't afford you. I can only afford to pay off my debt. Only one loan left. Max literacy for the clergy. We have so many things left to research before we can even think of getting another one of the institutions anyway. Come on. Hey, nice. Serfs are unhappy. What did I want? Free subjects or serfdom? You give promotion speed and prosperity and food consumption. But the taxes go down. Here the taxes go way up. And I get raw materials. And they just... Honestly, serfdom's fucking great. Back in your fucking chains. Promotion speed is nice if you get migrants. That's true. Ooh, Austria's vassalized Tyrol. Is this our last loan payment? We're debt-free! You can cut back as well. Hey, Grookey, thank you very much for the raid, man. Appreciate it. We are playing a little bit of the Crown of Bohemia, no longer the Kingdom of Bohemia. The plan is to eventually turn Hussite, but we have only been playing for like 20 years, 22 years. So we're not that far into the game, even though we've been streaming for like 5 hours. This game is a lot slower. Made a crucial mistake in copying some religious texts. Oh no, I don't care. Religion is not something that we care about right now. We're gonna care in about 40 years. Right now, not so much. You got to 1365. Fairs. I feel like I was pausing quite a bit. Hands out with almost all of the North Germany's vessels. Nice! Hey, Vespasian. You've been looking the raid sound if I gave you a heart attack. I love that. It's no longer going to give me a heart attack because I know that I'm playing EU5, which has a different sound for being declared war on. Alright, let's have another Zemski Schlem. Yes! 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 My fucking favorite. Balance the budget is absolutely beautiful. Monthly inflation minus 0.4. Absolutely blessed. Holy. Need to update the rate sound. I need to dig into the files and find out where all the sound effects are. I have no idea. I have not looked yet. Do I want to pass this? What do we get for passing it? It's like minus 2.5%. I could do that. And gain just a ton of money. And that only works if we pass. I don't want to contain professional armies. I don't think we pass. No, I don't think we pass. But if I have 6 months... we do like that much. Good night, Gurgi. Kiss the burgers good night. Absolutely. My favorite people. Given its influence over the politics of the country, it would be easy to assume that all Zemeski SNEM members attended parliamentary sessions with great enthusiasm, eager to do the most they can with the power they have been chosen and trusted with. This is, of course, however, far from the case. In any given Zemski SNEM, there will be some that never show up, either because they're enjoying their estates in the countryside or because they decided to partake in the many joys of the capital. The problem has grown more and more lately. We fear that the foreign dignitaries are laughing at us behind our backs. We could find those who are absent during their debates to increase attendance, but of course these members of the Zemski SNEM would not take very kindly. Stability for some money works for me. Eager artist within our court has approached our advisors seeking patronage, willing to morph their literary works around whichever subject we deem fit. In exchange, we have to part ways with a modest sum for his services. I mean... ooh, actually, I like research progress. We'll do that one. Alright, you're fully done now. Separate sue you for peace. Can't force him into my thing. Does anything major change as the game progresses, like how in CK3 late game, new inheritance laws, Crown Imperator, you can build giant windows? Okay, yes. Every single age kind of comes with something new. So right now we're in like the early age, we're heavily into levies. But as we go into the next age, the age of discovery, we'll get a bunch of new things here. So levies become more expensive. They become less effective in combat. We also unlock the hegemon mechanic. War score for battles goes down as well. So a lot of different things happen here when it comes to the bonuses you get for being in various eras. Also, when we get into the age of discovery, there are... there's new what's called situations that will appear. I can't remember the names of them now, but you'll get different, in basically different stages of the game, different situations happen, and some of these situations are like very overwhelmingly like present. So we'll have like reformation mechanics. We'll get things like court and country event happening in the Age of Absolutism. You'll get things like the Little Ice Age. You get things like the whatchamacallit, the Columbian Exchange. Colonies are a big one, yeah. So your game definitely changes throughout the game. Right now, this is like, I say there's not much happening now, but the game as a baseline is happening now for the next 100 years or so. And then we see what changes after that. Oh, nice, we got them up for art. Did the Milan artist ever do anything? Well, I got 5 works of art, but none of them are from him. It's, I mean, free to hire. I mean, sure, but how? Oh, there, commission art. There we go. Make and thing. Trebin's changed his stance to supporting. That's fine. We've got a promising general. Okie dokie. He's working on a chronicle, okay. How much longer have I got left here? 10 days. I mean, we'll get... No, we won't get any extras. So I need to do that now. One of the more difficult things about being a parliamentarian has less to do with the debates in Prague and more about how to sell the debates and compromises to the people back home. Still, a local Zemsky SNEM member will often have the easier time explaining a new test than would be a collector sent by the central government in a less representative systems. It seems the Zemsky SNEM members in general and the ones from Shrewdham in particular have come so adept at defending policies that we have been seeing a resulting rise in support of the central government as a whole. Nice. Actually, I'm pretty close to being able to pass this now. Democratic movement. My blood policy. Is it worth going towards spiritualist? Fucking yeah. Which means I could have minted more. Have I raised my own levies yet? I don't think so. Look, when one has an vassal swarm, one uses an vassal swarm, let's be honest. How's the performance? I think the performance is better than I expected, but it is currently we're in a situation where we're waiting on a release patch that is going to improve performance again. You moved off Modena? Brother, why? You were at 30-something%, bro. Okay, Vassal Swarm Supremacy, clearly fucking not. Huh? Back and forth. Is Poland willing to part with more land? That's a good fucking question. No, he's not. I mean, fucking Hungary might be. What? No. I'm not even going to entertain the thought of that. know if I want to get anyone to release anything. Well, we got something from the Teutons. It's almost Danzig. Wait a minute, I gained it myself? Nah, I'm good. I don't want this land. Let's fucking go, though. Worth? Absolutely worth? This kind of just looks like EU4 with a new font. I mean, I disagree. Let's see if Wolgast wants the other province. Only for 20, whatever. He's just probably run out of money. Could have sold this to the Teutons. That'd have been funny. Ooh, a library might actually be quite nice. Rural smelters are really, really good as well. They're the ones that use, yeah, just a full output of all the goods. I think it's just something we want to build everywhere, really. Oh, and we can finally get the Chancery in the capital as well. The Chancery, when built in the capital, gives efficiency of cabinet 2.5%, so always nice to have. Can I ask the Teutons for the one location in the middle of Germany? Oh yeah, I can. They said no, though. Following through. Yeah, I don't know. Bonne Luxembourg. Here's a random guy. I mean, that's a vibe. You can see how one might think of it as EU4 with new font at first glance, but the differences are pretty extensive behind the visuals. Look, I mean, the basic fact is I have absolutely zero in the way of mana. I have pops. The main way that I control my locations are through a control mechanic, rather than like autonomy and no care given to distance from capital at all. Like, I feel like there's enough differences here to be to warrant mention. The von Habsburg demand extended privileges. Let me get back to you on that one. Force faction change on Ferrara and humiliate you because money. More money. Annul your treaty with Serbia. We need Serbia to get the fuck out of Italy. Alright, that's you out of the war, and then you. Also, war rep, humiliate, force faction change, money. There we go. Oh, map mode? Ah, well, I mean, at the end of the day, we are running with flat map. We could always play like this. I think it looks pretty enough. Like, compared to had a gorgeous map, that's absolutely true. I do think this one is not as nice as Imperator's, but it's comparable. A diplomatic delegation of the von Habsburgs arrived at our court. Among their requests is a wide extension of their privileges founded on a truly outrageous document we cannot believe to be true. They claim that the area that is now Austria received privileges from the Roman emperors Julius Caesar and Nero, and the Holy Roman Emperor Henrik Celia transferred these to then Margaret of Austria in 1058. While the documents sound far-fetched and outlandish, we need an expert to examine them in detail. Luckily, Francesco Petrarca, a renowned scholar, is on friendly terms with our court and could be employed for this. We almost had him in our court for like a gajillion ducats. I will examine the document closely. Petrarca has discovered a few serious concerns about the documents presented to us by the von Habsburg delegation. It seems the privileges signed by the Holy Roman Emperor Celia. Is this the... I can't see the previous rulers of the empire, can I? I can only see the previous rulers of my own country. Okay, never mind that. Might be based on a forged deed. While the von Habsburg present a strong case with some of these documents, the situation casts a shadow of deceit upon the request. Carefully navigate the situation. They add the Libertas Affectiatum. Wow, that's really good. Does that make him like a duchy or something? Yeah, or archduchy. He started as duchy. I don't know. Either way. Increase the garrison size and fort defense. Yeah, it's kind of mid. Lubeck also wants help, that's fine. Build a bunch of those. Windmills do basically the same thing for food. So that one's a pop growth. You don't really do it in your own counties, and they get automatically deleted when you get to 5% of your maximum cap here. So we've got a population of 26,000 and a maximum of 115,000, so we're roughly, you know, 0.25%, whatever, 27 or 8%. Improved fortifications for 30 years, I'll take it. Austria getting primogeniture seems dangerous. Wish there was an option to just say no. True. We could follow through on threat here. That seems reasonable. Tell you what, maybe I will raise my own levies for this war. Brandenburg will join on this. I think I'm going to need to bring up my own armies. Because, yeah, it's a big fight. Bro immediately marches in with 80k SMH. Or 80 troops, not 80k. Big difference there. Political exile from Denmark. I will absolutely accept you, my dude. Because I quite like Danish pops, which you're just about to come and offer me. No, don't invade Meissen. Anders of Brechnia is thankful for being granted asylum in the Bohemian court. However, he's recently drawn attention to the fact that there are many other Danish notables in his position. Many great wisdom and influence, he insists. It would be useful to allow them to join our court should we wish to step up our representation to Danish ambitions. So I get 100 pops a month for the next 60 months. So pretty decent amount of pops. I'm fighting 3 electors. Are they voting for me now? No, but I still win. Fuck these guys. I would like to see if I can go and reinforce this, or if not, go and... no, we're going to get trashed because we're immediately going to get flanked because you don't have a left flank. However, I can arrive. Oh, another thing that I absolutely freaking love, right? I want to go and kill this army, right? I'll just click on his army, and now I'm on a chasing target. So if he moves to here, my army will move to here to follow him. If he moves over here, it'll move over here to follow him. So nice. Not that I need to, because I just stack with him. But if I did, you know what I mean, right? Oh, look, bro's there. So I will march to stack wipe another motherfucker. And I have captured the motherfuckers, in fact. I will ransom them back, because I am a good boy. Where is the provincial capital here? I have no idea. Bro has an army. Bro no longer has an army. Right, whatever we took was not the provincial capital, so go here. Extra tactics, why not? So now we are attacking across a river into some woods. So we're getting a -2, but we outnumber like fuck. Unfortunately, a lot of our cav decided to go into the center. Just follow wherever they go. Oh, this is the same state as all this, so it's perma that we need. Okay, I get it. How about you don't attach to me, and you can just go and fucking go ham or something. I'm attacking into a god, and that's why I got a vegetation penalty, because my troops step on upturned carrots and hurt themselves. It's true. Carrots are, you know, they're dangerous. Maybe I take Brescow for Lusatia. You can manage to deploy your guys into separate flanks, can I? Yes. That is something that is totally possible. If you go to Formation tab, say I want all the cavalry to be on the right flank, and then, you know, your infantry, you can go in the center. Is that all my infantry? Yeah. So if I wanted to do this, I can. And just have cav on one flank. I don't know if it is worth doing this. Maybe in multiplayer it's going to be essential to do this. I don't know. Kind of hard to determine right now. But oh, you didn't want to take battle. Do the Hatchery statelets not suffer massively from pop-ups due to early wars? It's certainly not helpful to them. But they're not actually losing many troops. Like, they lose 100 here or there, but that's a few months of pop growth at most. You do get a 200% flanking bonus with Cav. True. However, you don't get it if you don't flank. So, you don't get it if somebody is on that flank. Oh. Bird just walked into me. Twice. Nice. We'll go through these sieges. Distinctly remember a big problem in Vic 2 was that rebellious pop groups would literally commit mass suicide by spamming uprisings until provinces were basically entirely depopulated. Generally doesn't happen. New rising of plague influenza this time. Yeah, you cannot raise a levy instantly after it gets wiped. To go from 0 to full levy again is 25 years. Loading cavalry into one flank be the meta. I agree, but they need to be... If the Cav don't win, and they get bogged down, then it's bad for the Cav, because each one of those Cav is 50 men, whereas every single one of the infantry early game, especially if it's levy infantry, is 1,000 dudes. So, ew. A schism has struck Catholicism, thrown the Curia and petty factionalism. Even if the Church has been divided before, the schism seems to be of a different nature. After the death of the last Pope, a faction of Italian cardinals is pushing for a return of the Holy See to their own control, something they've desired ever since the papacy fell under French control. Supposing that the French faction insists the new Pope remaining under their control, the demands of both factions seem irreconcilable, and the Catholic world is swiftly descending into factionalism, leaving the good Catholic people of the Catholic Church without their shepherds. As long as the division persists, they will have to navigate a world without the usual authority and decide for their own who the true representative of divine will is. And we have some competent diplomacy, meaning diplomatic reputation and monthly diplomats. Kind of nice, kind of nice. Balancing of levies and kind of shit. I don't know what to think about it, because what we had back in May was worse. Basically, it was a rush of whoever got professional armies first wins, because then they would just rush down to gunsmith handgunners, and then like 3 units of handgunners was enough to obliterate armies 10 times their size, which is obviously not what we want. It's just not fun. Handgunners. True. So there needs to be some kind of balance to it. Oh, Brandenburg fell. Nice. The one location I wanted to fall has not, though. Come on. I'm in a siege. Nice. We got another pack of dudes. Back. Narbonne praises our conviction. A strong support in Paris, the ongoing struggle for leadership of the Catholic Church. Narbonne has praised our people. They laud the resilience of Bohemia and the strong faith we display in such unstable times. While their sweet words are obviously a ploy to secure our support, it could still prove beneficial for us, no matter if we openly display our support for Paris or use the praise for our own agenda within the Catholic Church. I like legitimacy, but I'm already at 100. But I like also relations with France, so you know. So I could demand support, but I don't have 20. I probably won't get 20 either. Anyway, I want to go back over here. The prominent nobles of Milan, spearheaded by the great Signor Azzo Visconti, have come to us with a delicate proposal. They demand the recognition of their dynasty as the legitimate crown holders of Milan. Should we engage with them in this diplomatic ceremony, be sure to gain prestige and in turn legitimize our own domestic presence as the holders of the Imperial crown. However, we should also be wary of a rising power in the peninsula. Yeah, fine by me. He is my ally. That's what he wants. I don't care. Right, can we have this siege now, please? Thank you, thank you. You... Set piece. So the way... There's another annoying one as well, right? Is transfer occupation. I'll transfer this to Lusatia. Watch how long, and he immediately transfers it back. No, Lusatia. It is yours, bro. It's yours. You... Hey, Lusatia. You take this. That's the... I mean, I feel like it's pretty obvious why that's not ideal. There's no cores of anyone over here. A bit Brandenburg. I could release whoever the fuck this is. Bierskau Sakau. There's also Bishopric of Levies. And the Hanseatic League has a core in Berlin. Of course they do. I mean, let's put this back to Lusatia. Let's not unpause. Let's separate serve you for peace. I just want that, and that. Oh, it's so fucking tempting. That is so fucking tempting. Nah. Does it not make sense to destroy the Hansa? It's kind of hard to do it, in all honesty. And while they are a little parasitic, they do tend to give a lot of burgers in the places where they're from. So on that front, they can be kind of nice. Oh, we're at war with you? Is it, in fact, time to expand Leuchtenberg? Prince Imperial City is struggling. I can afford this now. It's fine. We're here. Leuchtenberg will grow larger. When would it make sense to create a new market, or is it simply better use the one pre-made? Alright, easy way to decide if you're want a new market. Say you stole it from Constantinople, you absolute cannibals. Say your country is here. This is like your capital area. You're straddling like 3 markets, you've got really bad access to all 3 of them. It definitely makes sense to make a new market when you're here. If you're playing as the Teutonic Order, then like Danzig seems like a good place because you're very far from your market capital. You're very far from the Lübeck market capital. You're very far from the Krakow market capital. So a Danzig market here is actually very, very good, very powerful. Obviously, we are totally chill with what we got. There's no need to add anything there. Everything here seems fine because it's on the coast, and you don't want to touch that. This seems silly. I don't know what I'd do with Paris, to be honest. Bruges is always, like, kind of shit. So I don't know what to do there either. For the most part, the ones that Paradox added to the game are ones where, I mean, they use EU4 as the baseline, it looks like. Or less of a baseline and more, this makes sense to have a market here. It also made sense in 1444 when we were doing the research for EU4, so no wonder. But essentially, the markets are somewhat similar to EU4, and then if they ran the game and then they saw what the AI would do, right? Because the AI is programmed to make markets when it makes sense to make a market. And then if the AI was consistently making a market, then they would add that one as well. I believe that's what happened with Edinburgh. Is Spain and Morocco, or is it just the same market? Spain is not in Morocco, it is just the market. It's very powerful in Sevilla. Oh, you know what actually happened? Spain, or Castile, while at war with Morocco, stole their market center from Fez, and they've moved it themselves into Almeria. That's what's happened there. I'm taking consensus. How do I enjoy EU5 so far? I very much enjoy it a lot. Any pros? Most of the game. Especially control system, pop system. Any cons? I don't like this map mode thing. I would much prefer it if all these map modes were in a little box on the bottom right of my screen. I'd like that a lot more, actually. Trying to figure out the HRE is pain. Yeah, I also have no idea what the fuck I'm doing sometimes. These all occupied by me? Yeah, they are. And then we'll go and occupy this as well. I don't think I need anything here. But here... right-click to transfer an entire region, or province, sorry. You don't want to give me anything? Well, we'll do it in the main war then. Leuchtenberg will go larger. And then here... this goes to Meissen. This goes to Meissen. And you know what? Fuck it. This one... also apparently goes to Meissen. You can keep this shop there, that's fine. Alright, so... that's only 44 war score. Crazy. And then we get that one as well. Crazy. Money. I could make someone a vassal. I don't think it should. Humiliate is fine, and war reps. And that seems to be that. Also, yeah, here. I've made peace. Where is my... this many people died on this side, this many people died on this side. I want that. Yeah, Meissen looking real nice as well. And Leuenbrock, or whatever the fuck their name is, looking real good too. So we can... no longer at war. I would like to detach the levies and then just disband these guys. And then this is my actual army. You can fuck off to Prague or something, I don't care. Not a bad day at the office. It's still apparently giving me quite a lot of money. It is what it is. What I want is some marketplaces. Oh, actually, let's do bridges first. Bridges are freaking amazing. They reduce the proximity cost by 5%. Obviously, they can only be done over a river, so it's very situational. But if you can build bridges, Build bridges, because they're pretty good. I might as well build them in Moravia as well, considering we're about to own it. How are the roads looking? Road map mode. Not bad. I mean, like I told you it would fill up. it certainly has done. Northern France is just like roads everywhere. But I mean, it just makes sense to do that, so why not? But we are looking like 53 ducat income now is very, very hot. What was it? Yeah, I said I wanted to make some marketplaces. So we will go and scroll down until I fucking find it. Do I seriously have none? Hang on, just Google it. Market. Don't know why I said Google. We have 5 of them. Essentially, what I wanted is the trade capacity to owner. Because if we have a look in the Prague trading doodad right now, we got 7.83 capacity, so we just need 7 and a bit. We need 8 marketplaces to basically reach the same amount. That doesn't seem very difficult. Marketplace. So, I know what I want to do with these, so I'm just going to hit shift or hold shift and then click, and then it will use all of my money to build marketplaces in the best spots. And then there we go. That's an amount of marketplaces. 12 of them? 12 marketplaces. I'm sure this will go swimmingly. What's the limit to bridges? 1 each. One per province. You build a bridge from Gibraltar to Morocco? No. That's not how it works. Bridges are in a single location. It's essentially across a little river. That's it. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. No. I'd like to say sorry. We may be in another war soon. SR 45. Lambert can join. Alright, what am I doing with this? Annexation and improve relations. Okay, that's fine. Let's go Magdeburg improve relations. Let's just build a few castles. No particular reason. Looks like some of the locals are tired of my games. I didn't play games. I was just being a good emperor. Oh, everyone's still voting for me. Don't worry about it. France pays our conviction. I mean, whatever. I don't really care. You read that one already. The state is not the sole source of influence in our country. Over the last few decades, charismatic champion of the nobility has successfully managed to increase the power of the leading families in nobility in most of the institutions of the country. Contracts and privileges can be powerful things, especially when combined with ambition. Yeah, sure. stats, bro. The stats. Stats. Oh, I actually quite like that one. Max diplomats seems reasonable as well. If I click Imperial Succession, do I get options under there? Where? Oh, here. Oh shit, there we go! Pragmatic sanction! Oh, thank you very much. Let's go. I vote for the pragmatic sanction. Y'all bitches better vote for me. Where was that again? Here. Everyone's voting? Oh, let's fucking go. I mean, I'm 300 votes alone, so... What does pragmatic sanction do? Pragmatic sanction is something that Austria ended up doing in real life, because they had... Basically, what I have right now is my only possible heir is female. So, with them, it was Maria Theresa von Habsburg, who became empress, because pragmatic sanction basically means that they're just opening up succession to women. They're being less sexist. Unhappiness amongst burghers? I don't care. Fucking measles. Over half of my population has died, by the way. You all want to marry Isabella de Luxembourg? Decline. Kinda want to marry her to Hungary. She never became empress, but she was Archduchess of Austria. Ah, okay. Still, you're not right. Marry and noble within my country. I mean, we'll go with Rosenberg, why not? I've got the ability to get more... Castile praises our conviction. Why the fuck do you care? Castile loves me or something? Okay. Are we gonna go Hussite? Yes. How often do the Hussite wars happen, and do the Hussites always lose? I've seen them win once. Relation with Naples is strained, suffered even more during the Western Schism. I don't really care about them. Fucking Serbian Rome is like disgusting. That needs dealing with. Prague. Sponsor the noble arts, I guess we go with. If we win, it goes 10 towards aristocracy, and I don't want that. That would be nice. Well, I don't need to win. We can just have a look at law changes again. I'm thinking mining law changing to burghers gives me capital economy and plutocracy. Seems reasonable. Although, Begordnung, found town cost minus 20% is kind of nice. Control over the mining privileges rests in the hands of the state, allowing for flexible and efficient mining operations. That's cute, but I'm still going to go burger. Unfortunately, to crusade, you need to be on good terms with the Pope, and I am not. Let's put another 4 of those. Why not? Paper makers guilds. You can have paper. Oh, actually, one thing I want to do. Temples are very good in EU5 because you get +5 max control. So this should be in everywhere. Always build your temples. You googled the easiest nations to start for newbies and the most moronic man. And Serbia was recommended on the page. Is Serbia good for newbies? Oh boy, the drama that comes over that question. Yes. No, it definitely is a good idea for new players to play as Serbia. It is a great tag to play for new players. Also, holy shit, 98 stats on my new guy. Fuck yeah. Serbia is chill as fuck. Serbia has some absolutely exceptional RGOs. A lot of silver. A lot of silver. It's basically same as Bohemia in that regard. There's copper in here, iron, there's wool, fur is also really good. So you've got some really good RGOs. And you start with a very, very good ruler who has an event where early on in his life, or early on in the campaign, if you manage to conquer Central Macedonia and Chalcidice and Lower Macedonia, I believe it's just these 3 you need, you will get a patriarchate, I believe, to yourself, and I believe you also become an empire. So you've got a very nice early goal to go for. It allows you to learn how control works because, let's be honest, your fucking territory is mountainous dog ass, so you're gonna have to learn how that works. But it's also strong enough that you don't die instantly if you do anything wrong. It is not a bad country to play as a starter nation at all. It is not the best in the region because Hungary is right there, and they're just better as a starting nation. But there's nothing wrong with Serbia. That'll be your learner nation then. That's fair enough. Hope you have fun. And there we go. The pragmatic sanction has been passed. Allow empresses. Beautiful. Our state intellectuals do not stay cooped up in their homes or waste their time on strange theoretical concepts. It's secular institutions. Rather, they attend monasteries and use their gifted minds for the good of all that's holy. In practice, this means that we're blessed with practical knowledge from our religious institutions for the good of the people, the state, and our faith. Research progress. I'm a big fan of research progress. And I get religious holy war. Time to Deus Vult. Obviously, you can't really days fault anyone that's near me because everyone's a fucking Catholic. But soon enough, I won't be, so, you know. Having played EU1, I must say having the song that plays right now, the La 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 one, is so much feels. That's Falalan. And yes, it is the one, I think it's the only one that is our continuing theme. They brought it back. Big fan of it. But I will say it is almost 1 o'clock in the morning. I have to get up to bring my kid to school at 7 o'clock in the morning, so I need to go to bed. I will be streaming this again tomorrow. If you have missed any of this stream, or if you want to watch it again for whatever reason, then you can do so by having a look at the VOD channel. If you're looking at the VOD channel and you're like, you know what, I want to be hanging out in live, then there's a link in those descriptions to bring you to my Twitch channel. And if you have not yet purchased the game, and you wish, and this stream has basically informed you enough that you may wish to purchase the game, then you can do so via my affiliate link. I get a 12% cut of any sale that goes on through the Paradox store via that link, and you know, it's kind of nice for me to get it. That's not, yeah, I like money. But yeah, I'm can you tell I'm fucking tired? EU5, I'm allowed to stream it. I'm allowed to say anything the hell I want about it. I do not have to be, I mean, I've never had to, you know, lie to you for Paradox. That's never been a thing. But I don't feel like, yeah, I'm a little more trustworthy now. Thank you all very much for watching. It's been a pleasure. We'll be continuing Bohemia. Got to 1365. We went almost 30 years in 6 hours. Oh god. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. We're gonna go and find somebody to raid, actually, before we head off. That seems like the kind thing to do. See if anyone else is playing EU5, and then I will raid into them. Raid channel. Same category. We can go and raid Mr. Corbett Gaming, who is, it looks like they're playing Sweden. Yeah, let's go and raid Corbett. He's playing a bit of Sweden. Oh, sorry, no, he's playing Norway. My apologies. So, yeah, I hope you guys had fun. I hope you guys are gonna, you know, stick around. Follow, if you haven't, right, before I raid, if you've not followed the channel yet, click the follow button. But, yeah, with that said, toodaloo, good night, bye-bye.